Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, international partners, faculty members, students, colleagues, and friends of IIT Kharagpur. We welcome you to this special event on the Platinum Jubilee Foundation Week celebration that is being organized by the Office of International Relations, IIT Kharagpur. Before we formally begin the program, allow me to
commence the proceedings. May I now invite the Dean, IR, Professor Anandarup Bhattacharya, IIT Kharagpur, to kindly join us on stage to talk about today's proceeding.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests who have come to IIT Kharagpur on this very historic and landmark occasion of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of IIT Kharagpur and by extension, the entire IIT system. On behalf of the Office of International Relations, IIT Kharagpur, I extend a warm welcome to all of you, our distinguished guests, our dear colleagues, our dear students, our staff members, and everyone else present in the auditorium. Today, as part of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, we celebrate the internationalization efforts of our institute. The internationalization efforts, whatever we do at IIT Kharagpur Office of International Relations, is not the result of anyone's singular effort. As we work towards improving and expanding our global reach, this is the time to reflect on the contributions of a few people, if I may say, on whose shoulders the Office of International Relations stands today. And they are our former deans and associate deans. So therefore, it is only fitting that to inaugurate the event of this evening through the ceremonial watering of the sapling, may I invite my seniors from Office of International Relations who are here today, Professor Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, Professor Boiduryo Bhattacharya, Professor Joyanta Mukhopadhyay, Professor Robibroto Mukherjee, and Professor Debashish Chakraborty. I don't know if he has reached yet. Professor Debashish Chakraborty. One person whom we are missing today here is Professor Gautam Chakraborty, our former associate dean, who could not come today, but we are missing him, but he has sent his best wishes. May I request my seniors, my predecessors, to please inaugurate the evening today. My sincere thanks to all the senior professors who came and graced the stage today. International collaborations are like saplings. You have to water them with the hope that one day they will grow into a big tree. You have to take care of them at the beginning. And therefore, this gesture of watering the sapling is possibly symbolic of what we do as part of internationalization efforts. It is also the time for me to give an overview of the activities of the Office of International Relations over the last 1 year. So it gives me great pleasure to present the highlights of the Institute's internationalization efforts. International engagement has remained a key priority for IIT Kharagpur as we continue to expand our global academic, research, and innovation partnerships. I would say that IIT Kharagpur has always been at the forefront when it comes to advancement of the overall Indian academia's global engagement and internationalization. And I say that with a reason. 2 of the flagship initiatives towards internationalization by Government of India, namely the GYAN and the Spark, IIT Kharagpur can rightfully claim it as their birthplace. This is where those schemes started, and today they have become a matter of pride of the entire country. The past year has been particularly significant, marked by new strategic partnerships, enhanced student and faculty mobility, and several landmark international initiatives launched as part of our Platinum Jubilee celebrations. These efforts are helping create greater opportunities for our students and faculty while strengthening the Institute's global academic footprint. A major highlight of the year was the successful launch of 10 Platinum Jubilee internationalization initiatives in 2026, which have received an enthusiastic response from the faculty and students of the international as well as global, of the Institute as well as the global academic community. Notably, the bilateral research initiation scheme attracted more than 25 high-quality proposals, each supported by matching fund commitments from partner institutions. The Institute has so far funded 12 of those proposals with leading partners across the world, and the names include Stanford University, University of Chicago, Imperial College London, University of Tokyo, Max Planck Institute in Germany, and the likes. The international student strength continues to grow with 23 students, as many as 23 students at the postgraduate and doctoral level joined us in this semester alone, and we are waiting for a few more who are working through the visa process. This reflects the growing global interest in the Institute's academic programs. Another landmark achievement was the graduation of the first cohort of 5 dual award PhD scholars under the program with University of Manchester. This program that started in 2021 and perhaps arguably the most prestigious joint doctoral degree program of the country at that point of time saw the first cohort of students graduate last month. Looking ahead, the Office of International Relations aims to further strengthen the Institute's global footprint by concluding a new joint doctoral degree program with University of Bordeaux in France and a joint MSc program in geospatial intelligence and climate leadership with University of Southampton in UK. Both agreements are in advanced stages of approval process, and once concluded, they will join our list of illustrious joint academic partners that include University of Melbourne, Curtin University, University of Auckland, University of Alberta, and University of Manchester. The Institute continued to expand its global outreach through joint certificate programs with international universities including Virginia Tech and Tufts University. And this is complemented by executive and professional offerings through the Strategic Outreach Center in Houston, USA, the first course from where is scheduled to be launched tomorrow. Discussions are also underway with several other universities to develop joint certification programs in emerging and compelling areas of global relevance like transportation, healthcare, energy, and advanced manufacturing. We are also preparing for the launch of an Indo-German Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, envisioned to be a key platform for collaborative research and innovation in strategic focus areas led by IIT Kharagpur and involving multiple partners from both India and Germany. I take immense pleasure and pride to inform you that IIT Kharagpur has been ranked number 1 among all IITs and IISc in the International Research Network Parameter of QS ranking for the 3rd time in a row. This is a direct recognition of the dedication of the faculty and students towards building meaningful, sustained research collaborations with the finest institutions of the world. I wish to take this opportunity to thank my extremely talented and esteemed colleagues, as well as our outstanding students, without whom this would not have been possible. But also not to forget the unsung heroes, the staff members in the offices of International Relations, SRIC, Continuing Education, SPARC, and Academic Section, who work behind the scenes round the clock to facilitate our global collaborations. In summary, these achievements reflect our collective commitment to strengthening IIT Kharagpur's global presence and creating meaningful opportunities for our students, faculty, and researchers. As we look ahead, we remain committed to building deeper strategic partnerships that advance excellence, innovation, and international collaborations. I conclude with the words of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, one of the greatest sons of Bengal and India, whose philosophy continues to guide all of us every single day. Bhubano jora ashono khani, amar hridayo majhe bichhao ani. These lines portray the vastness of the universe being gathered into a small space in one's heart, an invitation for the infinite to find a resting place within. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for formally inaugurating the program.
German Research Foundation, DFG, is one of Germany's major research funding organizations and plays an important role in strengthening research cooperation between Germany and India. We are delighted to welcome on stage Dr. Vivek Agarwal, Deputy Director at the German Research Foundation, DFG, in India. Mr. Agarwal is actively engaged in promoting Indo-German research collaboration and sharing information on research funding and mobility possibilities across academic institutions, highlighting opportunities for researchers to engage with the German research ecosystem. May I now ask Sir to kindly address the gathering.
Yes, sir. Okay, so very warm good afternoon to everyone. And at the outset, I'd like to congratulate IIT Kharagpur for this marvelous achievement of 75 years celebrating the Platinum Jubilee of your establishment. I think this is my third visit to IIT Kharagpur. And whenever I'm visiting, I think I'm quite amazed because as Professor Bhattacharya mentioned, IIT Kharagpur has been quite active in terms of international collaboration, and I can say that the collaboration between the scientific community at IIT Kharagpur and Germany is also quite vast, quite robust. So, yeah, so I represent an organization called German Research Foundation. I'm sure the faculty would have heard about DFG. I'm not sure if the students sitting among the audience would have heard about it. So my organization, German Research Foundation, Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, is a funding agency. We are a funding organization from Germany. We have office here in India. And the primary reason why we have office here in India is quite similar to what Professor Bhattacharya also mentioned, that international collaboration is like a live sapling that needs to be nurtured. And DFG understands that in today's time, science is something which cannot be done within a limited geographical boundaries. You need collaborations, you need to collaborate with best of the minds, and there is a strong interest in Germany to collaborate with best of the minds. That's the reason why an office was opened here in India back in 2006. And the main objective, main role of this office is to create framework under which Indo-German collaborations could flourish. We actively collaborate with the Indian funding agencies, namely DST, DBT, ICMR, ICSSR, INSA, and try to come up with various programs under which bilateral fundings, mobility could be supported, could be facilitated. In addition, we also have our own funding lines, which can always be used for international collaboration. Next slide, please. So let me give you a very brief overview of the German research landscape. So within Germany, the research landscape is characterized by both regional distribution as well as multidisciplinarity. Next slide, please. When we talk about research, just like in India, research is also conducted in universities of applied sciences. In addition, there are institutions such as Fraunhofer institutions, you must have heard about those. Leibniz Association has a number of institutions. Max Planck has about close to 80 plus institutions working in various fields of sciences, and they are doing research. In addition, research is also conducted in a private sector as well. And the most important is research funding. In addition to government, which the federal government and the state government, which fund research, there are also other organizations. The three main organizations which support research in Germany are German Academic Exchange Service. My colleague, Mr. Apur Mahindru, is from here, and he will be talking about DAD and its various programs with you after me. Then, of course, there is Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. I'm pretty sure you must have heard about Humboldt Fellows, Humboldt Fellowship, AVH, and then German Research Foundation. There are multiple players in Germany, and it might be at times confusing which one should look for. Let me just give you a very cross overview how to differentiate between the three. Of course, there's always an overlap between different funding agencies. So when we talk about AVH, Humboldt Foundation, they primarily support individuals, postdoc level and beyond. They give fellowships. When we talk about DAAD, they are primarily involved in mobility scholarships. They also have other programs which Mr. Mahindru will discuss in his presentation. And when we talk about DFG, we are a funding agency. We fund projects. We fund research projects within which anything and everything which is required for the successful completion of a project can be supported, financially supported and funded. Next slide, please. So DFG, we are the largest research funding agency in Europe with an annual budget of 3.9 billion euros, which is more than 40,000 crores of Indian rupees annually. We support close to 30,000 projects every year. We are an association under the private law. We do get our funding from the federal government and the state government, but we are independent in our capacity, independent in our decision-making capacity. We are managed by the scientific community of the Germany, and they basically are the ones who decide what is to be supported, with whom to be supported, how to be supported. So all our decisions are, of course, research-oriented, and we do participate in collaborations worldwide. As I said in the beginning, we are here in India to support international collaboration. Next slide, please. Next slide. So talking about the DFG funding portfolio, as I mentioned, we do believe that international collaboration are utmost necessity in today's time for doing good research. So the unique thing about our funding programs is that all our funding programs, all our funding lines have been designed in such a way that the internationalization component are embedded in it. That means all our lines can be used for having an international partner included in it for collaborations, and can be used at all phases of potential collaborations which one could think of. Previous one, please. So we do not have any quota for any particular country, and we do not have any specific funds for any particular country. All the proposals that we get within our system, they compete just like any other domestic proposal. They are evaluated. So that means that we do not have any special, arrangement, quota system for, say, for India, we invest in this much money, or for, US we put in that much of money. It's not like that. So next one, please. So if you look at the various collaboration phases which comes in one's career, is when you are at a stage when you plan to initiate a collaboration, right? You have an idea and you know that there is somebody in Germany with whom you could collaborate, and you both are in talk with each other. This is the stage when the German side can approach DFG and say, see, I would like to initiate a collaboration with the faculty member at IIT Kharagpur. I know this person, but I would like to explore it further. We have met and we have seen each other, but we would like to explore what more we could do together. One could go for the initiation grant. Under this particular initiation grant, there are 3 modules which are typically covered. First is trip abroad for the German scientist. Second is guest visit for the international partner to come over to Germany and spend time. And third one is to organize workshops. These workshops can be organized either in India or in Germany. Consider a situation where you are a step ahead of initiation. You know that there are a group of good scientists here in India, an equal number of good scientists in Germany, but that connection is not that well established. You need some time to interact within your own small cohort to see what more you could do. One could then go for a second step, which is called the strengthening of the international network through the funding line called scientific networks. This funding line allows up to there are 15 to 20 individuals which could participate. Up to 50% can be from abroad. Again, the application has to come from the German side because we are a German funding agency, so the German side would apply to us, not the Indian side, and they can seek funds. The funding is for 3 years. Over the period of 3 years, you could meet, have workshops either in India or in Germany, and maybe your idea is to maybe come up with a large project proposal, or you would like to go for a policy paper or write some article. Those could be anything. And a step beyond is where you say, I know this person very well, we have a very good idea, a very noble idea, which is basic and fundamental in sciences, because that's what we fund, that's what we support. Projects in basic fundamental sciences in all subject domain from A to Z. Basically, any area, any field in which a doctoral degree could be given, we fund. So from literature to natural sciences, life sciences, any field. One could go for an individual research grant. The German side applies to DFG for a typical 3-year research grant. It is quite similar to what the grants which are provided by DST, DPT, or ICM are on the Indian side. And within this particular individual research grant, the German side can say, I would like to include Professor XYZ from IIT Kharagpur as an international partner. What is provided is that the German side can request funds for the involvement of the Indian side, which means the travel of the Indian side to Germany, or if there is an utmost requirement of a PhD student or a postdoctoral fellow's involvement as well, they could also travel. The German side can travel to India, joint workshops could be organized. There is always a possibility of including an international scientist as a Mercator fellow, in which the individual basically comes over to Germany, spend time up to 6 months over the period of 3 years, do research as well as other university like teaching and other stuffs can be organized. Next slide, please. Now, going beyond that, these were 1-year, 3-year typical grants. If you are at a stage where you know that the collaboration between your group and the German side is so intense, and there are other fellow scientists who are also collaborating equally well with the counterparts, you could even go a way ahead from individual level collaboration to institutional level collaborations. And when I talk about institutional level collaborations, there are 3 kinds of collaborations which are typically possible between India and Germany through DFG funding. First one is a research unit, in which the funding is from between 6 to 8 years, and you have about 6 to 9 interconnected projects within an overarching topic, and you do research together with your German counterpart. Right now, there is no call open for a research unit between India and Germany. We had one between University of Göttingen and Kassel on the German side and University of Agriculture Sciences Bangalore, plus other institutions in the vicinity, in which DBT was the funding agency on the Indian side. So in case in life sciences you see that you would like to come up with a research unit, you can always come back to us, and we can then initiate a discussion with the appropriate funding agency to see whether this is something which they would also be interested in. Another one is the International Research Training Group. As the name suggests, these are the graduate college. These are the programs which run for 9 years, and the main objective of this particular program is to generate PhDs, to generate next generation of scientists in a particular field, particular domain. These IRTGs, we have a call open with Department of Science and Technology since 2022 with 2 deadlines. It's a 2-phase process. In the first phase, the group basically submits a draft proposal which is evaluated separately by each side. If positive, the consortia is invited to submit a full proposal, which is then again evaluated separately, and if successful, the funding is given. So it's a funding for 4.5 years into 2 times. And as I said, there is a call open with Department of Science and Technology. And third one is the Collaborative Research Center, which the funding goes up to 12 years. Next slide, please. So as I said, there is a joint call for International Research Training Group already open with Department of Science and Technology with 2 deadlines, 1st of February and 1st of August every year. In 2024, we already successfully funded and supported the first DFG DST IRTG between India and Germany, which was between University of Würzburg on the German side and IIT Thiruvananthapuram on the Indian side. And right now, a couple of other proposals are in pipeline, which would be eventually evaluated for the next, probably, if they are successful, we might see more of them coming in future. Next one, please. Now, from this point onwards, I think the students who are there, this might be of interest to you. So we not only we support projects, but we also provide funding for postdoctoral positions and others. So if you are early in the early postdoc phase, you have just finished your PhD, you could go for a Walter Benjamin program. If you are a rising star in your field and you're willing to move to Germany and do your research, we have the advanced postdoc program called Eminauthor program, in which the funding is supported for up to 5 years. Plus, then you move ahead in the ladder, and we also have, if you have a particular thematic focus in which you would like to do your postdoc, then there is also a possibility of a temporary PI position under the individual research grant. I'll just briefly elaborate in the next 3 slides. Next one, please. So the Walter Benjamin program, the funding is up to 2 years. You need to, this is basically, this slide is for the German audience as well. So this is not for abroad. It doesn't mean that you can do your postdoc in some other country or India. But for you, it would be moving from India to Germany for a 2-year position. You need to have a host who is willing to support your application. You need to have a project proposal. And then you approach DFG, submit your documents. If you are positively evaluated, you get this Walter Benjamin position for 2 years. Next one, please. Eminauthor, as I said, is for the rising star in the domain. There is a funding which is available for up to 5 years. Again, the same process. The university need to support your application. Next one, please. This also might be of interest. So as I said, there was an individual research grant, which is a normal 3-year project. Under this individual research grant, there is always also a module called temporary PI position. A temporary PI position, if you have a good project proposal, if you have a German host who is willing to support your application, you can even go for a temporary PI position, which means you are basically funding your own position, and I guess nobody will say no if you come with your own money to the lab. Next one, please. I would suggest the students and the faculty member can please make a if you want to have a photograph of this particular slide, these are the two databases, very intense. These databases contain all the information that you basically would need, because this is a question that comes to us every time. I want to collaborate, or I want to go to Germany, but I don't know whom to connect with. I don't know which lab I should look at. Of course, publications are one way, conferences are another way, but if you want to search, GERIT is a database of German research institution, whereas GEPRIS is a database of DFG-funded projects, which are funded by DFG. You just need to type your keywords and you will get the list of all the individuals who are working in that particular area or domain. Next slide, please. So that would be my last slide. So the Delhi office is headed by Dr. Franziska Lange. She is based in Bonn, where our head office is. I'm here in the Delhi together with my colleague. And so thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much to the Dean Office of the Internationalization for inviting us here to interact with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agawa.
Fluent in German, English, and Hindi, he brings extensive experience of working across German and South Asia. With over 25 years of experience in Indo-German cooperation, he specializes in strategic partnership, stakeholders, engagement, and international collaboration between Germany and South Asia. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Apurv Mahendra, Deputy Director and Director of Marketing at the DED Regional Office in New Delhi. May I invite up on stage Mr. Apurv Mahendra to share his insights with us.
Right, thank you so much, everyone. So we start off, immediately you know who I am, you saw my picture. The hair's a little gray after all these 25 years that I've spent at the DAD, but I think with those 25 years, at least I'll be able to give you some information that will be useful. However, to start off with, the first thing I do is 75. So congratulations to the IIT Kharagpur on 75 years. But there's another relevance of 75 in the German context, and that is the fact that Germany and India actually celebrated 75 years of diplomatic relations. So it's something that we kind of have in common. And even though I represent an organization called the DAAD, or the German Academic Exchange Service, I'm not from the German embassy. I still feel that I'm representing the German side, so I think that also means a lot. There has been a lot that has happened over all these years, and now I can say that with a lot of pride. As DAAD, we have been supporting, I think, these diplomatic relations and the journey of the IIT Kharagpur for the last 65 years as well. 66 years to be precise. Thank you for the claps. So as DAD, we also celebrated actually last year our 65th year of existence in India. And 100 years of existence, now we're 101 years old, if you look at our mother organization, the DAD in Germany. So enough with the numbers. I think now you're here to learn a little more about the topic of what kind of scholarships does DAAD in particular offer. So I would request for the slide to please go up there. That's very green. I've been told that young people like bold colors, and that's why our presentations look very, very bold. But I hope you like them. At least the content should be useful for sure. So as I said, we're going to talk about scholarships. And even though we as DAD have a lot of scholarships, hundreds of them actually, not all of them are relevant for India because we cater to the world, and therefore some scholarships are just offered in some locations in the world and others in others. Plus what I've also tried to do is, even though there are maybe 50 to 60 scholarships for which Indian candidates might be eligible, I've only focused on maybe 7 or 8 of them, since I anticipated that the crowd here today would be majorly students, and I believe I wasn't entirely mistaken. Majority of the crowd I see seem to be students, so I've picked up some. Again, this is not exhaustive. This is just to give you a little bit of an idea, and if it's interesting, then obviously you can deep dive into what we have for you. The next slide will now show you a little bit more about our organization. The DAAD, or DAD, as people call us. Can I just, by a raise of hands, see anyone in this room who knows about DAD or has heard the name of DAD? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, so I think maybe 80% of the hands I seem to be going up, which is a very good sign. I'm glad about that. So we are an organization, Deutscher Akademischer Austauschdienst. It's a very literal word, which means the German Academic Exchange Service. That's what we try to do. We promote academic exchange, and we promote academic exchange by giving information about study research in Germany, by giving scholarships to study and do research in Germany. So by and large, this is what we do. We as an organization in the last year supported close to 3,300 scholars from our region, from India. That means individuals, some of them who got full scholarships for certain things, and others who were also funded even for a workshop, or even maybe just for a month. So this does not mean that we give so many individual full scholarships. Mind you, we're not that rich, but we were able to at least partially support, if nothing else, a large number of people. Vaibhav mentioned earlier, of course, the cooperation that we have. We, as the DAD, we also promote academic and institutional cooperations, though that is not going to be the focus of my presentation here today, because I'll focus more on the student folks sitting here. But it's good for you to know we do a lot of that as well, with the help of the offices that we have here. I'm from New Delhi, because that is where the branch office is located. However, in addition to that branch office, we also have 3 other offices in India, one in Pune, Chennai, and Bangalore. So this is about our setup. You know a little bit what we do, where we do, and what we do, and the numbers also. And the next slide will, again, just show once again what we're trying to do. So we want Germany and the world to get to know each other, and that's what this exchange is all about. Because through that exchange, we're able to actually create something new in this world, and that's what we've been trying to do, as I said, since the past 100 years. Moving on to the next slide now, I think this comes closer to the next slide, please. Yeah, as I said, we have funded a lot of people, and if you have a look at since the year 1950, why the number 1950 and why not the year 1925? As I said, we're 100 years old, but we just actually started keeping track of all these details since 1950. Before that, a lot was happening, but the world was also very different in those days, so all that information isn't available. But we have since then funded 1.1, in fact more than that, million foreign students and academics over all these years. A large number of them have also been from India. In fact, we boast of an alumni database of more than 10,000, which I think it's a very, very large number. So we're glad about that and happy about that. Hopefully you can be an alumni of the DAD someday if you get a DAD funding. And if we go on to the next slide, maybe we can try to figure out how that's possible. So I've simplified it by simply saying we have individual scholarships. Now, I'm not talking of institutional scholarships, because institution would mean IIT Kharagpur as an entity and University XYZ as an entity get together. That's something that you, individual, as a student, cannot influence. So therefore, I'm not talking of that. Individual scholarships are for those who are at their bachelor's level or during their bachelor's. That is the first. Maybe we can just go to the next slide, and you'll see that. This is the individual scholarship for students, so basically those who are pursuing their bachelor's. Here, I must honestly admit, we don't have all that much to offer right now. There is the university summer internship course that we have. We also used to have a program which was called WISE. I think a lot of IIT students made use of that opportunity, working internships in science and engineering. A very successful program which ran for almost 15 years, so for a long, long time. But unfortunately, it was a program, and everything has a lifespan that had to come to an end. There has been no successor to that internship program so far. But what it has actually achieved is that a lot of students nowadays find internships on their own, even without the necessary financial support from the DAD. So I think we've been able to instill that confidence in the students, especially from the IIT network, that they can make it happen even without the little financial support that we used to give. So this one's basically for the bachelors, but moving on to the next one here, the next slide, that's going to talk about some programs that we have for graduates. So basically, if you have already completed your bachelor's, what are some of the possibilities that you have at a master's level? And move on again to the next slide. I'm going a little quicker now. This is opportunities for research. So basically, those who have completed masters, who want to do a PhD, or even those who are doing their PhDs, want to maybe do a part of their PhD, or to some extent even for postdocs. As Weber mentioned earlier, these institutions that we have, there are lots of German institutions and it becomes very confusing. Yes, everyone's doing the same thing, but that's not really so. We're all funding academics in some way, but each of us has a focus or a target. So for the DAD, the focus is students, as I said, right from the bachelor's to the PhD level. So that's where all our energy is in. The other things we just kind of do side by side. That's a relevant thing to know. And from the next slide onwards now, I think we'll have some examples of individual programs. You may be aware of some of them, you may not be. So I'm going to take a minute or so for the next couple of slides each to share. Now you've gone a little too quick. Can we please go back to the yellow slide? Exactly. The COSPI. So this is basically for students, MTech students, and this is a program that we have especially for students only of the IITs. You know, many of our programs are actually open to students of all recognized universities, but the COSPI program here is specific and only for IIT students. It's special in that way. So here the students in their master's level, their MTech students, can actually go during their MTech for a duration of 7 months and spend time at a German technical university, at one of the partner institutions. Now for this, as I said, the institutions that you can visit, the number is limited because this program developed since a number of universities in Germany got together. They reached out to the IITs in India and said, let's put up a program. When they did, they approached DAD and said, can we have some funding? So that's why this happened, and that's why it's also somewhat closed and not very open-ended. So you have this opportunity. The deadline here says 13th of March, so it's still a little farther away, 6 months to prepare. You can find out more. I'm sure your IR department will be able to give you more information on this or lead you to the relevant section at the IIT, which will be able to support you with this. And it's been going on very successfully now, I think, for more than 20, 25 years. This is one. We move to the next, the purple one, although this is only purple on this slide, not otherwise. This is the Helmut Schmidt Program for Public Policy Good Governance, and I've very purposely actually kept it here because when we come to an IIT, we always assume we're looking at engineers only, but the truth is there are also, HSS departments and otherwise at the IITs. So a program which goes in direction of governance and policy can, of course, be relevant for an engineer, no doubt, but it's also open to students who are not necessarily from the engineering background. And again, this is a program which is not specific to IITs, so of course, it is, however, relevant, I'm sure, to a large student base here. So as it says, it's a master's degree at, again, one of the selected state universities. Only X number of German institutions are part of this program. You can find a list online. And if you're interested in any of these programs at one of those institutions, then you can be supported for a duration of 12 months to 24 months maximum. The value that it carries and the deadlines are mentioned here. As I said, this is not really a truly technical program, but that was the very reason for putting it up on this screen. The next one, please. Development-related postgraduate courses, or EPOS. So EPOS is the abbreviation for the German full form. Here again, this is a very, very interesting program. However, for this program, it may not be relevant for you immediately unless you have work experience, and that probably most of you will not have as of now. So this is meant for masters or people seeking a master's or a PhD, basically. And they can enroll in, again, one of these EPOS programs. It's a select list of around 40 universities with select 40 programs. If you're interested in one of those 40, again, you'll find the list online. Then you can apply to this. Here, as I said, the caveat is that those applying need to have work experience of 2 years. That's also because, as the name suggests, and these programs are very professionally oriented, and someone fresh coming out from an institution who has no real idea of working on field will not be able to benefit. So that being said, maybe some of you are completing your programs now, and I've noticed that in engineers, many do want to go into industry and gain some experience before making up their minds whether they want to do something in future. So this, I think, is a very good option for that here as well. Depending on whether you opt for a master's in the EPOS or you opt for a PhD, the funding amounts vary slightly. And these funding amounts are currently so much, but every couple of years there's a slight change for adjustment, in inflation and so forth. The deadlines here are not specific because I said there are close to 40 programs and different universities will have different deadlines. We move on to the next one. And I think this is where it probably gets most important because this is for us also the most expensive scholarship because this is the one where we fund a full PhD for Germany. Funding one person and committing to fund that person for a 4-year duration is a big thing, and that's why we put in a lot of effort, energy in making sure that we select the most appropriate people who can make the best use. So this is our full PhD program. As I said, if you have completed your master's or if you're even pursuing your PhD, you're obviously eligible. We can fund you for a maximum of 4 years. From what we notice, mostly students who go are actually able to complete their theses, their PhDs, in a span of these 4 years. Sometimes the question arises, what if I need more time? So if there are justifiable reasons in the past, there have also been instances where you were permitted to maybe extend by 6 months or something. Sometimes it's also very subject dependent. If somebody's from a field of biology or something and you need time for certain cultures to grow, for certain things to happen, all those kinds of things, but largely 4 years is the period. This is the one for which we have the maximum competition. It's most sought after. Here again, the value of this scholarship is a monthly 1,400 euros. On an average, the official figure that the German government gives for living costs for a student is approximately 1,000 euros. So I think with our scholarships, if you were to compare them, and I'm being very, very blunt and very honest, with some of the other scholarships, even offered by other German institutions, compare it with the DFG, compare it with the MPG, our scholarship amounts are lower. That is true. And we keep them low on purpose because that way we're able to benefit more students. That is our philosophy. However, the amounts are not that low that you can't live. As I said, the figure is 1,000 euros per month. Our scholarship amount is 1,400. So I think even though you may not have huge savings after your studies, but you will comfortably be able to complete your studies. For this, the deadline is the 21st October. If you're interested, it is important that you already have an offer letter from a German university or from a guide, from a host institution. And when you're applying by this deadline, then you also need to have a very concrete and ready research proposal in terms of everything that is required. So it cannot be a quick fix thing. If you're serious about doing, thank you so much for turning the screen. If you plan to do this, then just make sure that all these things are taken care of. It's very competitive, as I said. Students always ask me if I'm applying, what should I take care of? What makes my chances better? I think the research proposal that you create plays possibly the most important role. And which institution you come from is secondary. I mean, of course, as an IIT student, you will kind of maybe have a benefit because most people know about the IITs and they might have a look at your application, but that's not going to be the clincher. The clincher will actually be maybe how you've performed in the past, but then we have students who say, I was not that great, my marks were just ordinary, however, I'm really interested. So even if that is the case, that works because it's a very holistic approach to the selection that the committee generally has. But as I said, the most important thing is what's your plan of action? What do you want to do? Why do you want to do it? Why can you not do it being in India alone? Why is Germany necessary? Why this particular university or this particular research group? Such are the questions. And then you're quizzed on those things. And oftentimes where students lack is they have a proposal which has also been co-prepared along with their potential host, which is perfectly okay. You can admit it that you haven't made it on your own, that you had support, but you should be able to understand it. And that's where many students basically fail. They're not able to understand or explain what they themselves have written in their proposals. So if that helps you even a bit, be more careful on those things, please. So moving on to the next slide, it's similar to this one because here we said that's for a full PhD. However, it's also possible, of course, if you just want to go for a limited duration, for a year or maybe 2 years, and do your PhD, which means if in this room we already have PhD candidates who are registered for their PhDs at the IIT, can I see a raise of hands if possible if you're already pursuing your PhDs here? Okay, that's good. That's around 20% of the audience, I would say, who is maybe pursuing already their PhD. Then this would be something that's relevant, because you would not want to start from zero. Obviously, makes no sense. So this is a sandwich model. Lovingly, it's called sandwich, because the first piece of bread or the first layer is your Kharagpur, IIT in this case. The center layer, the filling, stuffing will be the university or research institution you choose in Germany. And the third layer will be you return to your host institution, in your case, the IIT Kharagpur, and submit your PhD here, which means the difference is that your PhD degree will be given by the IIT. The degree will not come from the German institution, but you will have the German exposure. Yeah, so this works very well for many students. And oftentimes, I think these kinds of setup also result in further postdocs in future in Germany, or maybe at the same host institution, or even one of the other institutions that you may visit during that stint of yours. Oftentimes, both these things that I've spoken about, these stays, whether for your PhD or for partial PhD or full PhD, you sometimes get invitations from the research institutions. Yeah, so it will not be university, but your professor is doing at a research center on this in this whatever topic, and that is the person who gives you the letter of invitation. That also works. However, you have to be aware that in Germany, and like possibly everywhere in the world, the PhD degree can only be conferred by an academic institution. So even if you're doing your research at a research lab, XYZ, whether it is an MPG lab, Max Planck lab, or any other laboratory, they will generally have a kind of tie-up with some university who will actually be the institution that will confer the degree per se. But you'll possibly be working at multiple or both locations. So that's another important distinction to make. But yeah, you can do your PhD or get a letter either from a university or also from a research center. Both of these things are applicable and acceptable. Moving on, and I'm I think almost through, maybe 1 or 2 slides left. Thank you. Now, here again, this is another thing that we're looking at. Research grants, it's actually very similar to what you saw with 2 differences, bluntly put. A, the duration here is even smaller. First, we spoke of a full PhD up to 4 years. Then we spoke of partial PhD, maybe 1 to 2 years. And what you see here, it's like really short term. Maybe it's 2 months, maybe it's 12 months maximum. So that's the period that we're looking on. And we have different programs also because the sources, the money that we receive for these programs comes from different ministries, from different places. So there's slight duplication at times in the things that you see, but they're technically funded from different sources, and therefore you will come across these differentiated things. So this, again, if you're actually just saying, I don't even need 2 years, maybe 6 months is good enough for me, that option also exists. Yeah. Moving on to the next slide, which is probably the last one. Here, oh no, this is not the last, there's one after this as well. Here now we come to that stage where I'm not talking of the PhDs alone, but I'm also talking if you want to do a postdoc. Yeah, so if you want to do a postdoc, the same thing. You have completed your PhD, and your PhD is not older than 4 years. Here, that is one requisite for this particular program. It's possible for you to apply. Again, only for a short duration. This is not a year or 2 year stint. This program only allows you to go for a short postdoc stint of up to 6 months. The rest, as you can see, pretty much remains the same. The institutions which can host you in this case are all German recognized state and public universities and non-university institutions. And the last slide, I think, that we now see here talks of, again, something similar. However, this is a joint program that we have with the DLR, which is like the German space organization. And therefore, you will see that in all the earlier descriptions, you saw it's open to pretty much all disciplines. Here, the disciplines are restricted to space, aeronautics, energy, transportation. And here, it's possible, actually right from a PhD student all the way to a senior researcher, to go and do either a full PhD or a shorter duration stint as a researcher. And here you see that the The stipend goes up, yeah? Even the minimum is 1,800. Again, because this is a different funding line, this comes from a different place altogether, and since it's a co-funded program per se, therefore here, the things are slightly different. But by and large, I think this gives you an idea of what we as the DAD offer. If you go to the next page, I think it will just give you this fundingguide.de. This is the one email, web address I would request you guys to maybe make note of, because it's a database of funding programs, funding lines offered, by the way, not just by the DAD, but by many German research funding organizations. So you will have the DFG programs mentioned here, you have the DAD programs, you have the Alexander from Humboldt scholarships and fellowships, you have the Max Planck fellowships, so pretty much everything. Nothing is 100% exhaustive, but this is as exhaustive as it gets. I think there's no better single place to find all the information than this here. And the last slide is just our contact details for our Delhi office. In case you wish to have more information, we do very regular detailed sessions like what I've done here today, of course, and then you'll have experts who will talk about this. I'm just giving you an overview, but of course the colleagues in the office who handle the individual scholarship programs will have much more in-depth knowledge than I do. So I'll be happy to answer questions, of course, today, but those that I'm not able to answer, you can always reach out to us at Delhi and we'll be able to support you. With that, I say thank you so much, and once again, congratulations, IIT Kharagpur.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra.
May I request to those who wish to ask questions to introduce themselves briefly first?
I think this is a session for DFG as well as DAD, so I'd request Vaibhav to please join. And if there are any questions, we're happy to answer. If there are none, I've only asked Vaibhav to do some exercise by coming up on stage and going back down again.
Yeah. People who have questions, you may please raise your hands, and it will help us if you come to one of these aisles. Please come over, please. Yeah, you. Others can line up behind him or over there. But we will have time for only limited number of questions.
Hello. We get. I'm Prithvi. I am from Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property Law. I'm currently pursuing my further studies in intellectual property rights and patent law. I'm really interested to know what are the further opportunities in IP law and especially the IP part, intellectual property part in Germany.
The possibilities in IP law, is that what you said?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because Germany is known to be known to have really good intellectual property framework all over Europe. So I'm really interested to know more about it.
And what are you doing right now?
Yeah, I'm currently studying in IP law or patent law
Would you have something to say?
RGSYPL.
See, definitely there's a lot of research going on in that domain within Germany, but probably I might not be, or probably you might not also be aware of which particular university or which particular department this might be taken care of. So I would say that you rather check through either Gerrit or Gepres to get an idea about, who all are working in that domain. But if you're still studying and looking for a PhD position over there, of course, it's very much possible. And if there's anything specific that you would like to know, because there are opportunities for sure, but probably not that we, outrightly know as at present. But yes, there is a lot of research going on. I can vouch for that, because I remember in 2025 last year, we organized one event with Nalsar University, and
Is that a question? I can't.
okay. So as I said, we did an event last year in which University of Heidelberg, together with Nalsar University in Hyderabad, we did an activity, international law conclave, and I could remember there were a couple of scientists who came from Germany who were working in this particular field of IP laws, and they had interaction with the fellows at Nalsar. So yes, the research is going on. It all depends upon what exactly you would like to do and pursue over there. So if you're looking for a PhD position, Of course, you need to connect, and then for fellowship, you can always reach out to DAD, or there's always a possibility that the PI whom you connect with already has a funding, and he or she can, directly enroll you as a PhD student through their project funding, the way it is being done here in India as well. I hope that was your question, and you were able to,
Yeah, I wanted to basically know what are the frameworks and how, if somebody is approaching for the further studies in this particular sector, especially in Germany, then what can be his step-by-step approach?
As far as law is concerned, of course, there are certain domains in which language does play a barrier. So I'm not well versed with that, whether the law, jurisprudence, and IP and all that stuff would also be there in English language. I'm not aware of that. That is something you need to find out. But when it comes to research, right, when it comes to doing PhD, I would say the universal language of research is English. But you need to find out and check whether that particular group is working on international IP laws or they're only working on domestic IP laws.
Okay, that answers my questions. But if I reach out to a team,
yeah,
and they approve it, then I think I will be reaching out to DAD directly.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other question from anyone? Please come, please come. If anybody else has questions, please line up so that we don't lose time.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal and Mohindru, for your presentations and the information you gave us. So I am Yogesh. I am pursuing my BTech at IIT Kharagpur in the Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology. So you talked about there are so many opportunities in Germany for PhD, postdoctorate, MTech students, but I saw so much less, a few number of opportunities for BTech students specifically. So could you please get us to...
Can you speak a little louder, please? Here it's hard
So
to
I would like to know more about the opportunities for the BTech students in Germany, like the summer internship programs or scholarships and so on.
As I had mentioned to you earlier already, currently there are very limited scholarships at that level. I'm very, very blunt and very direct with you. We had some good programs, as I said, the WISE, which came to an end. Currently, we don't have anything I can really offer to you, apart from the HSK scholarship, which is a short-term 2-3 week program for which you need some basic German knowledge. So I don't think that's going to come in handy. However, that being said, I'm only talking from perspective of DAD. When I say I don't have anything to offer, this means I don't have the money to offer you.
Okay,
But as an internship, and that's what I mentioned earlier also, if as a BTech student you want to go and do an internship, an academic internship at a university or a research center, then obviously I think universities and research centers are very keen and have been accepting students from India over the past many years, even if they come without their own funds, because oftentimes research groups have funding that they can support you with, and it's a 3-month program generally. Internships that students go for range between 3 to 6 months, so either whatever the case may be here in your case. So I would say you should try that out, because we know of many, many students who did not get a DART fellowship, but still went for their internships in Germany.
Yeah.
If there's a process and that is something that you're looking for, you can reach out to us individually. We'll be able to support you with that.
Thank you so much.
Time for, yes, one more question.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hello. So I have just finished, recently finished my PhD from IIT Kharagpur. So I just have one question that here I have came to know that for the postdoc, there is only a short-term course of 2 to 6 months. So I'm just asking that is there any provision of 1 to 2 years postdoc through DAD?
Through DAD, there isn't, but then there are institutions like the Alexander from Humboldt Foundation.
Yeah.
There is the Max Planck, who have their own lot of funding, and I don't know, maybe if DFG mentioned the possibilities that they had, but from DAD for a long-term postdoc we don't unfortunately have.
Okay.
It is limited to that 6 months thing that I shared.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, sir. And thank you for the presentation and thank you for the information also. So my question is, as an international student from India, will I have to apply to my regional group, which would be, because I'm from Liberia, will I have to apply from Liberia, from the German embassy in Liberia, or I will stay in India and apply to the regional program here?
In your case, if you're applying for a DART scholarship, since your qualifying exam also comes from an Indian institutions, you would be applying from India.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? You have them here rather than emailing them later on, which I guess you will get some emails, but.
Great. Sure. We look forward to those emails.
Okay.
Fine. Thank you so much, students.
Okay.
Thanks a
so
lot.
another round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering those questions. May I now request our Dean of International Relations, Professor Anandarup, sir, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our esteemed guest.
We now come to one of the key highlights of today's program, Beyond Borders, the Next Chapter, discussion with partners on future of collaboration. Today's panel brings together
Our director, Professor Suman Chakravarti, is an avid cricket fan, and I know for many years that Sachin Tendulkar is one of his idols. And I don't know where he picked up that sense of timing, possibly from his passion for cricket and Sachin. You see, as soon as his talk is scheduled, he walked in. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to now welcome our director, Professor Suman Chakravarti, to please come and address the audience on our Platinum Jubilee celebrations, and especially on today's theme of internationalization.
Thanks, Anandarup, and it is a great honor to be here, and I presume that the only difficulty is whether I would call it good morning, good afternoon, good evening, etc., because this being our international part of the celebration, different people at different parts of the world, they are likely to watch it online. So let me cordially welcome our international partners. We see some of our international partners, their representatives here, distinguished alumni, colleagues, students, and in general, our friends of IIT Kharagpur, who are very commonly the bridge between us and our international ambitions. As we celebrate 75 years of IIT Kharagpur, I would like to, of course, share a bit of thought on our impressions on internationalization, but not really in terms of what universities traditionally think about this. Traditionally, universities talk about international programs by some exchange programs between maybe two institutions with some mobility visit or some other forms of grants. And this is the backbone that globally is followed, and this is definitely very good. But when IIT Kharagpur has entered into the platinum era, the ambition of IIT Kharagpur being connected with the world should be something broader. So, for decades, we meant internationalization by the following activities: student exchange, faculty visit, joint research, MOUs, and very nice photographs during the MOU ceremony. After that, what happens? Only a few people in the international office and director office might care. For others, it is like another event that has passed. A Facebook story has been created, and that is what it is. Sometimes it extends to joint workshops, conferences, dual degrees, and shared publication, and these are actually much better ones and long-lasting ones. And while valuable and deserving of continued support, they in isolation represent an incomplete model. Perhaps if we can develop a model which is an integral of or union of all these in some way, that would take us forward to the next era of international cooperation. So today I am trying to propose a fundamental transition, that IIT Kharagpur should no longer conceive internationalization just as connecting our campus to the world, but establish IIT Kharagpur itself as a globally distributed network. And there is a fundamental difference between these. Not Kharagpur plus international partnerships, but a unified global IIT Kharagpur, in which Kharagpur and the global partnerships are all included. This shift requires moving from a model of international relations to one of active international presence, direct participation, co-creation, and tangible impact. So that is a perception that should change, so that international relations should not sound like alumni relation. It should be something fundamentally different. Our campus in Kharagpur will forever remain the intellectual mothership. Yet, its geographical boundaries should no longer define the borders of our institution. And this is something which is fundamental, that we should think about it very carefully. And right now, the kinds of activities that we have all across in India and outside, and many of the activities, thanks to the progress in online mode of cooperation, they have come in a way that it is actually a borderless activity that defines many of the things that even what we are currently doing. Forget about the future ambitions. So the Kharagpur campus would still continue to act as the knowledge and innovation core. And it has to be like that, because all our major facilities, both intellectual and the physical facility, they are still at this place. But now we have our strategic outreach centers. They must act as global nodes anywhere in the world as outreach course network, which is a mechanism supported by or I would say endorsed by our board of governors. This outreach course network, it provides the learning grid. International universities engaging as co-creation partners, industry participating as challenge owners and deployment drivers, and alumni serving as global connectors, student operating as worldwide problem solvers, government and multiple different multilateral, at least bilateral agencies functioning as impact partners, and society itself standing as our ultimate lab, the living lab of IIT Kharagpur being a classical example. So this connectivity will make an ecosystem model rather than a traditional hub and spoke model where knowledge will flow strictly outward from Kharagpur. This creates an authentic network where knowledge, people, challenges, capital, technology, and opportunity travel dynamically in all directions. And this is very important because international relations still we mean that there will be some glamorous institutes where our students and faculty would like to go or like to get associated. So this is some way by which that is facilitated. What it will do, it will add 2 lines of glamorous things in the CV, but it will actually do nothing. So we want to get out of that. No more IIT Kharagpur stands in such a position that our students and faculty would require such a thing for having a fat and glamorous CV. Let there be something which is actually more impactful through international partnership. Our emerging strategic outreach centers and international outreach course network represent only the initial prototypes of such a comprehensive architecture, because those have been just the beginning. I am hopeful that with the help of the Office of the Dean International Relationships, this new architecture of global connectivity will be able to put up in the next Board of Governors meeting of IIT Kharagpur. But just as a flavor of this, I am putting it exactly what we want to do. A new international framework, the global IIT KGP grid. So the global IIT KGP grid is designed not just as an administrative office for international affairs, but as a distributed operating system for global engagement. And actually I wish to convert the name of the Office of the Dean IR to the Office of the Global IIT KGP Grid. Every substantive international partnership should have or activate at least 3 of the 5 foundational flows. We have defined 5 foundational flows and at least 3 of them must be there. Knowledge, talent, technology, enterprise, and impact. So at least 3 of these have to be satisfied. Exchanging students achieves mobility. Co-publishing achieves collaboration. But when a student at IIT Kharagpur, say a professor in Germany, a startup in India, and an industrial lab in the UK or USA, an alumnus in Singapore, and a community confronting a real world problem somewhere in the world, maybe an African place, collaborate within a single architecture, that is what is an ecosystem. And that is significantly broader and more impactful than just having a one-to-one cooperation. So internationalization must become everybody's opportunity and everybody's responsibility. And to ensure that, we are going to mandate a part of every important IIT Kharagpur funding, a part of that preserved for international activities. And this would be mandated. There is no way that one can escape out of that. For example, if there is a center of excellence doing many things, a part of that of the center of excellence must be kept for such international activities. For our faculty, the ambition must expand beyond securing overseas collaborators to building global knowledge constellations around many areas which are planetary challenges like climate resilience, affordable healthcare, any physical AI, which is physical world augmented with AI-based solutions, future energy, advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, human mobility, food and water security, quantum technologies, sustainable habitats. These are some of the fundamental problems that everyone in the world will need solution for their own purposes. The accompanying responsibility is quite direct. Do not internationalize only for publication record. Internationalize the very problem that you are solving. Let me give you an example. While we work on healthcare related problems, what I find is that no matter the professor may be one of the topmost professors in the world, but the data which has to be supportive for the work that comes out of the hypothesis, let us say the professor is from a very famous lab in US. So at least that cohort and another cohort which has complete different demography, say a rural place in India. Now if that data with the diversity is connected and used to exemplify the outcome, the paper becomes of much higher impact. So it is a win-win thing. One should not imagine that it is someone who is actually a big brother and someone a smaller brother. And that is sort of being exchanged. So a student remaining in Kharagpur must be empowered to work in multinational teams. That will develop the different culture of our students and attend courses jointly delivered across continents. And I think that it would happen with the mentorship of our global alumni. So to our international partners, we present an explicit proposition. Let us go beyond signing MOU. Come to determine whether we can build together that neither institution could achieve alone. So 1 + 1 = 11 type of model. And together in that way, we can develop something which would be a part of the what we call as global IIT KGP grid. I also would like to fund from our institutional thing something known as global KGP fellows, who are fellows, expert humans from any sector. They need not be IIT Kharagpur faculty or IIT Kharagpur student only. And together with that fellowship with IIT Kharagpur faculty and students, they will solve global grand challenges, which would define the role of IIT Kharagpur in escalating our journey to global solutions. We have to understand that problem anywhere can be solved if we can look for talent everywhere, make sure knowledge flows across institutions, innovation at either IIT Kharagpur or any of its partner nodes, and deployment wherever needed. And that kind of model would ensure different international opportunity layers at IIT Kharagpur that would be readily usable. So to all our international partners, we extend our open invitation from this Platinum Jubilee platform. Use IIT Kharagpur as your gateway to India and allow IIT Kharagpur to use your institution as a gateway to your regional ecosystem. A to and fro framework, the defining imperatives of humanity do not have any requirement of passport, like climate change requires no visa or pandemics recognize no borders. And we have to treat our problem-solving capabilities connecting the networks in this way. 75 years ago, we were, of course, founded at this Hijli as a crucible of India's struggle for freedom, and which actually gave birth to such a system. For the first 75 years, we established ourselves to be a reasonably good institution for undergraduate education. But let us go forward, move forward from that and commit to this definitive transition from international office to global network, from mobility to connectivity, from MOUs to missions, from collaboration to co-creation, from campus to constellation, from IIT Kharagpur in India to IIT Kharagpur in the world, and the world in IIT Kharagpur. Our Platinum Jubilee must not merely measure the distance that we have traveled. It must define how far we can reach. I invite every partner who is attending today's program, do not merely collaborate with us, build this global university jointly with IIT Kharagpur. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We now come to one of the key highlights of today's program, Beyond Borders, the next chapter, discussion with partners on future of collaborations. Today's panel brings together representatives from leading international institutions and partners to reflect on the future of academic and research collaboration. May I invite the Associate Dean, International Relations, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Arkopal K. Goswami, to kindly join us on stage and moderate the panel discussion.
Good evening, everyone. For those who are leaving, you may want to stay back because we're going to have a great panel, and you may want to listen to what they have to say. So, continuing on with our session, this is the part of the session which we are calling Beyond Borders, the next chapter. I am Arkopal Goswami. I am currently the Associate Dean of International Relations and an Associate Professor in the School of Infrastructure Design and Management here at IIT Kharagpur. As we are setting up the dais here, what I'd like to do is start introducing the panel who is online or joining online with us. Let's have them. Okay, yes, we have all of them. So let me start with the person who is on the westernmost point of the globe in this panel, which is Blacksburg, Virginia. Please welcome Dr. Guru Ghosh, who is the Vice President of Outreach and International Affairs at Virginia Tech. Dr. Ghosh facilitates the exchange of knowledge that benefits both academic fraternity and society, and also works with communities to address local and global economic development needs. He has been associated with IIT Kharagpur for several years now and was instrumental in co-developing the first international joint certification program with IIT Kharagpur on business analytics and artificial intelligence. So welcome, Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. Good to be with you all.
Next, we are delighted to welcome Dr. David Polya from the University of Manchester. He is a professor in the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences and is also currently the Associate Dean of Internationalization. So he's my counterpart at University of Manchester. His career is very interesting. He has carried out multiple international research projects, and many of them have been in India with Indian researchers, especially the one on Ganga, which he has collaborated with faculty members from IIT Kharagpur. Professor Polya also has a long-standing association with us. He was the principal architect of our dual degree PhD program with University of Manchester, which is running very well. As you heard earlier today, we just graduated the first cohort of PhD students. So welcome, Professor Polya.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay, and I feel very privileged to join your celebrations here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Habil Olivier Schuttler from the Leibniz Institute of Agricultural Engineering and Bioeconomy. known as ATB. ATB is a research organization, so unlike universities, they are a focused research organization conducting interdisciplinary and interdepartmental research in the areas of biotechnology, systems process engineering, agromechanotronics, and bioeconomy. Dr. Schluter himself is from the Systems Process Engineering Department, where he carries out research in the area of emerging bioresources for human and animal nutrition. We have recently signed an MOU with ATB to strengthen our ties in the areas of agricultural and food research, and so we look forward to working with Dr. Schluter and his team at ATB. Welcome, Dr. Schluter.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. And dear esteemed audience, I hope you all have a wonderful Platinum Jubilee celebration, and I'm happy to be part of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome the dignitaries who are physically present with us here in the auditorium. Firstly, please welcome Dr. Azad Singh Bali. He is an associate professor in public policy at the University of Melbourne. I would request Dr. Bali to please come on stage and join us here. Dr. Bali's expertise includes policy design, policy capacity, and comparative public policy, where he has published a book titled Health Policy in Asia, A Design Approach. He also holds an honorary position at the Australian National University, and of course, with University of Melbourne, IIT Kharagpur also has a very strong joint doctoral program, which we look forward to growing in the future years. Welcome, Dr. Bali. Now, finally, I would like two of our own faculty colleagues to join us here on stage, Professor Shravani Tarafdar and Professor Boidujo Bhattacharya. Professor Tarafdar is, of course, we all know, she's a professor at the Department of Chemistry and one of the prolific researchers when it comes to international collaborations. Her research in the field of theoretical and computational chemistry, where she has carried out collaborative research with University of Chicago in the US, University of Pierre and Marie Curie at France, Max Planck Institute of Chemical Physics of Solids in Germany, University College London at UK, to just name a few. So she's a life member at the Chemical Research Society of India and a premium member of the American Chemical Society. Welcome, Professor Tarafdar. Thank you for being here. And Professor Boidujo Bhattacharya, he's well-known to all of us. He's a professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, and he was our ex-Dean of International Relations. He also has a lot of experience, international experience with his PhD from US, and has also worked there for a long period of time. He's a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and a fellow of the American Society of Engineers. So a big round of applause for all the panel members here. And how we would like to carry out this session would be that I would request each one of you to take a first couple of minutes to reflect on the past where you have collaborated with international partners, how that has worked out with you. Our foreign collaborators may reflect upon some specific collaborations with IIT Kharagpur or maybe with other institutes as well. So this first opening round, if you may call it, would be on the past and how you have and how you think the past has helped you in your career in terms of international collaborations. So if we can start with the same order that I introduced all of you. So let's start with Dr. Guru Ghosh from Virginia Tech.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you and congratulations on this Platinum Jubilee celebration. IIT Kharagpur holds an unusual seat in the pantheon of Indian higher education. And it is a privilege, I think, for all of us that have had the benefit of collaborating with your fine institution to see the incredible technical talent and the pursuit of academic excellence, both in the classrooms and in the laboratories of your institution. And it is indeed, as many of our panelists noted earlier, a privilege for all of us to be collaborators and co-creators with your fine institution. Reflecting back, Dr. Goswami, to certainly my career, the last 50 years or so has been an incredible trajectory of global partnership collaboration in the United States with universities around the world. It has been an unprecedented growth industry in terms of many of our careers of our faculty and academic leaders across American higher education that have committed to and invested in the global arena. We have seen over the last 50 years or so, and certainly in the last 35 years of my own personal career, where just in the early days, 1% of American undergraduates would participate in any sort of international experience as part of their undergraduate degree. If you look back to the late 1980s, that was about the percentage of American undergraduates that went abroad for academic credit. And that's from a student cohort of roughly 19 million at any given time. That number since the last 30 years or so has grown to about 10%. It is still a staggeringly low percentage. If you think about, certainly I don't need to speak about what's been happening over the last couple of years in the United States, but in general, the global presence of not just higher education, but the American impact in global trade, global commerce, global research, global engagement, global development have all been sort of moving in the upward trajectory. And the aberration of the last couple of years is certainly just that. And we hope that the trajectory of American higher education in my own personal career, where it is one of the largest service exports of our nation. Over $50 billion comes from the presence of international students on our over 4,000 campuses in the United States. And seeing more and more of our undergraduate students go abroad is certainly an heartening trend. And the partnerships with universities like IIT Kharagpur is really tantamount to the future successes of our campus. A more recent phenomenon in my career over the last 15, 20 years has been global research collaborations. And the realization, as your prior speaker alluded to, is that all of the universities that are represented on this panel and certainly private enterprises as well, fully understand that we as institutions and going concerns can achieve anything. But what we can't do is achieve everything. And so as an integral part of that, global collaborations that bring strengths of our international partners into the areas of perhaps weaknesses and shortcomings and areas of our own personal growth complement one another. And so research collaborations, student mobility, faculty mobility are certainly on the rise by and large on many of our campuses. And absent the recent federal policies in the United States, that has certainly put a pause on that over the last couple of years. Much of the 4,000 institutions of higher education represented in the United States, which if you think about it, is more than the total number of institutions in continental Europe, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, all put together. And so the higher education capacity of the United States is still in many ways nascent in terms of absorbing global talent, both on the student and at the faculty level into our campuses. And so the promise, as I look back over the last 30 years of my career and I look towards the next decade or so, the promise of global collaboration across the higher education paradigm in many ways, as Cardinal John Henry Newman said in his seminal book, The Idea of a University, that the root word of university is universe and site, where students around the universe are coming together in a common site in the pursuit of academic excellence, is something we all should and must continue to collaborate on, aspire towards, and certainly lead in the years ahead. So I'll stop there, Dr. Goswami, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. We'll definitely circle back to you for your thoughts on the future in the later part of the program. Let us move to Dr. Professor Polya and his opening remarks, please.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Goswami. Could I echo Professor Ghosh's comments? It really is a great honor and a privilege to be part of your 75th anniversary celebrations here. Maybe I should start at this point. I mean, it's been fantastic over the last 5 years or so. You mentioned this dual award PhD program that we have in partnership, IIT Kharagpur and the University of Manchester, and absolutely wonderful to see our first cohort of 5 research students successfully graduating. I think that's it's a wonderful program for folks on both sides to have put in place, and I'm really delighted to see the outstanding people that have been recruited to it, and also where they are going with their careers as well. So it's a very, I think it's a wonderful program to do. I think one of the key things that it tells us, and that I think we have both benefited from, is that in any kind of partnership, whether it's a personal one or whether it's an institutional one, people bring different things to the partnership. We think in different ways, we may do things in different ways. And I think what has been wonderful, I think, in our dealings with IIT Kharagpur is that there has been a lot of complementarity where we want to go the same direction, we want to achieve the same kinds of things, but there have been differences in the way that we do things. And I think it's been really a very productive aspect of the partnership, that there has been so much goodwill that we have been able to look at where there have been differences in approach, differences in rules, and accommodate those for the benefit of the students that we're training. And that, I think that's, I hope it's certainly been a good experience for us at the University of Manchester, and I hope it's been a good experience for guys at IIT Kharagpur as well. One of the other things I think that has been hugely beneficial of that is when I've internally been justifying to the folks that we have got the funding from to fund our part of that program, they like to see, well, what have been the outputs of that program? So one, in terms of successful PhD graduations, but also in terms of publications and ongoing research as well. And one of the great things about that PhD partnership is that there has been a huge increase in the number of co-authored publications between the two institutions. And not all of them, in fact, a lot of them are not from just those PhD research projects. So it's the program itself has helped develop other relationships. So I think that's been a great thing to come out of that program, and I hope that will continue as well. I think from a personal perspective, back to your question, maybe to answer it more directly, saying what has international collaborations done for my career and maybe other people around it as well. I mean, two really key aspects, I'd say. One is just in terms of developing research, it's been absolutely central. And you mentioned I have a role as a associate dean developing research partnerships, international research partnerships, and obviously is existential as far as that goes. Certainly for my own research, you mentioned I've done a lot of research in India. We've also been working in Southeast Asia and China and across Europe, looking at arsenic in particular in groundwater systems. And that research cannot be done without good local knowledge. And it also has benefited enormously from a lot of the expertise and insights of people from different parts of the world, from India, but also from other countries as well. It probably says a lot that the papers that we've published in leading nature journals, for example, have to a large extent been co-authored with people from not just the UK, but also France, from Bangladesh, from India as well. And I think that's one of the reasons one reason that they've also gained, I think, a lot of traction is because of the breadth of the network that's been involved in doing those kinds of things. It may seem a strange thing for me to criticize in my own institution, but we used to have a strapline which said, "Global Challenges, Manchester Solutions." I was always really uncomfortable with that. It's one of the things I've managed to do over the last 6 years, is to persuade them to get rid of it, because that isn't by and large how global challenges are solved. They're solved by people with complementary expertise, with complementary experience, who've taken different journeys, are influential in different ways, and working in partnership. And it's one thing that every time I work with people that are internationalization leads, it's almost, we are a family of people, sometimes persuading others in our institution that this is such a fundamentally important thing to do, both in terms of advancing research, also in terms of generating even better societal impact, which I'm sure we'll come up onto later on in this session. But I also think one other thing that's particularly important about this, and particularly in the world that we live in at the moment, there's a huge number of voices that are trying to persuade us to hate people that we don't meet, that don't look like us, that don't seem like us. And I think one of the best things that we do as institutions that are involved in partnerships at all kinds of levels, whether it's students or academics or other staff, is try and cut through a lot of that noise and help support more the greater notion that we only live on one planet and we have a collective responsibility to try and look after it as best we can. So I think that's probably enough for me. I can talk for a long time, but I think maybe I should stop now and pass on to Oliver.
Very well said. Very well said, Professor Polya. And we will definitely come back to the social issue and pick your brains on that in the later part of the program. Now we'll go to Professor Schluter.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So a lot of important aspects were addressed already by Professor Golia and Professor Polya. I just want to share with you some own experiences, maybe to have a different point. And so my experience with IIT dates back to 1998, so last century. And at that time, I was a PhD student at the Berlin University of Technology. And the professor supervising me was Professor Dietrich Knoll, who was well known in this field of research. And at that time, there was a DAAD exchange program, so a German exchange program, together with IIT. And just a handful of students were awarded, and they were brought to Berlin and distributed to different departments and institutions to prepare their master thesis there. And I had to get one of those excellent students from IIT. It was Sujit George at that time. And so he received the funding via DAAD and contributed to fundamental research work at that time, because I was hired by a fundamental research project by DFG within my doctoral thesis. And he was such a strong support and outstanding student that it was extremely beneficial also for my personal career because it was the first international exchange I ever had at the time, and his work also contributed or was incorporated in my PhD thesis, and I still have his his master's thesis here, so I picked it up, and I'm really happy with this. And okay, then when I moved to ATB, and I'm more or less since almost 30 years I'm supervising students. And it became clear to me that Sujit was one of the best I have ever had in my groups. And I'm therefore looking very much forward to future exchanges between the IIT and the ATB. And we just started, you said it before, so we have signed the Memorandum of Understanding early this year. And I'm looking forward to the future exchange and to welcoming outstanding young students, PhD candidates, and researchers here in our labs. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. And just for your information, we have representatives from DFG and DAAD right here in the auditorium. So they're very happy to know your association. Now we'll come to Dr. Bali on the stage here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. And at the outset, I'm very privileged to represent the University of Melbourne at this august occasion, and I extend and echo many of the remarks that my colleagues have made in congratulating all of us on this 75th celebration and on all the wonderful festivities that have been underway over the past week. So congratulations to begin with. I think I want to sort of focus on a couple of things. The first is the relationship between the University of Melbourne and the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and the second a bit on what research collaboration has meant to me personally. And it's been very inspiring to listen and to understand more about the research collaboration between our two institutions. Informal collaborations go back about 25 years, where individual faculty members have collaborated, but formal agreements date back about 10 years. And the principal mechanism of collaboration between the University of Melbourne and IIT Kharagpur has been the Melbourne Institute of Postgraduate Academy, where we have a joint dual degree program with IIT Kharagpur, IIS, Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, IISER Tirupati, IIT Madras, and IIT Kanpur. And it wouldn't be surprising to any of you, but it was to me that IIT Kharagpur is the port of call in MIPA. It has accounted for an overwhelming share of doctoral graduates, overwhelming share of publications. So of the about the 400 papers that have been published, around 180 of them come from IIT Kharagpur. So that's really exciting, reassuring to know. The aim of the relationship and the collaboration is to develop the next generation of research leaders that work on important scientific questions and global challenges. So it was also very inspiring to listen to the directors talk about internationalization and the vision behind it. We're increasingly in an environment where there's a lot of vituperative discourse about closing our borders and reducing student mobility. So it's really exciting to listen to that. So I think where we see this going a bit forward is in terms of joint publications, joint grant applications, and that's created a lot of impact. But we also see, as our colleague from Manchester said, that we see publications between different investigators that canvas beyond their doctoral journey. So they're continuing to collaborate, continuing to participate, and building those research networks is really exciting. We had a chance to reflect a bit on this. So what has resulted in this? So I would offer two propositions. The first is there's a lot of visible work that we can all see, a lot of research proposals, projects, grants, but there's a lot of quiet, invisible work that happens in the international relations offices, the chancellery, and with strong leadership support from their institutions. So I think that's an invisible work of research collaboration that we often don't prioritize, or we often fail to acknowledge. And if I move on to the second part about research collaboration along that theme, and I've had a chance to reflect a bit more on my own career. So I studied at the National University of Singapore and then moved to Australia after that, and I've been at the University of Melbourne and at the Australian National University. I've been very fortunate to have mentors and colleagues that have facilitated those research collaborations with institutions in India and across the world. And again, I see there are two parts to this. There's a very visible, palpable, outward part, the paper published in that leading journal, that best book prize or the grant that you get. But there's also a quiet, invisible part of academic citizenship that we inculcate through these research collaborations. And I think that's really important. It's taught me how to be a better academic citizen, how to be a better discussant, how to ensure that we're opening doors for people who have otherwise been denied those opportunities. And that part has also been a bit humbling, and it's also been a learning opportunity to get to work with different faculty members from different parts of the world. And of course, our collective ideas on what are the best ways to think about research solutions to some of the most pressing challenges always improves. So I think for me, research collaboration's got these two components, the visible, palpable, celebratory work, which we all acknowledge in the MOUs and is on our websites, but there's a silent, invisible work which is very important. And I think for me, it's been very humbling to recognize that is important to sort of sustaining our research collaborations. I think I'll leave it at there for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Bali, for those comments. I think we agreed that the silent part often gets overlooked, but that is the foundation for many of these. We'll go to Professor Taraftar now.
Thank you very much. I'm actually really honored to be here as a part of the Platinum Jubilee celebration of IIT Kharagpur. And I thank the Dean International Relations, his office, the Associate Dean, for inviting me over here. Actually, I would like to share my personal journey at IIT Kharagpur because this has been truly some evidence of how the IIT system can nurture a completely made in India product. I did my PhD at IISc Bangalore and then moved on for a short visiting fellowship at HRI Allahabad before taking up a faculty position over here. And then it was clear to me that I do want to diversify my research expertise, and that is where the highly flexible and system of IIT Kharagpur came into play. So I was granted an extraordinary leave to go and pursue research at NIH in US. And that is where I made this transition from a classical theoretical background to biomolecular simulations. It was late 90s and early 2000 when biomolecular simulation was really taking shape. So this was one opportunity that I was really grateful for. And initially, the first, say, 10 years of from 2000 to 2010, most of my international experiences were sponsored mainly by institutions like Max Planck Institution, then ICTP, International Center for Theoretical Physics at Trieste, and Human Frontier Research Program fellowships. So all these contributed to my growth as a research scientist, and I'm sure that made me a better teacher and researcher back at home. But later on, many more opportunities started flowing in. For example, I was a recipient of the very first research fellowship under IUSSTF, Indo-US Science and Technology Forum. that allowed me to have a rebooting of my entire research career when I was visiting University of Chicago and University of Utah. And from there was no looking back. Basically, our funds allotted by the institution through CPDA, Faculty Development Fund, and you have support from the Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy, SHRIC. And in more recent times, you have had listed best conferences. All these avenues opened up, which allowed us to be visible in the international arena. When I was a student, I was told that 50% of your job is to do research, and the 50% effort goes in making it visible and tangible to other people. And I'm grateful to IIT Kharagpur because it always had, from 2010 onwards, enough opportunities it gave me to grow in that direction. And in recent times, I have started using the existing programs like SGRIP, the S. Rajagharia program, where I can invite over here distinguished visiting faculty members. My latest guest was Professor David Wells from the University of Cambridge, some 2-4 months back. And that was not only a boost for my own research interest, but it was an incredible opportunity for the students to be in direct, to have direct dialogue with a person of this stature. So yes, internationalization helps and helps you thrive forward, and it also helps you in not to get stagnated, which is a very big problem when you have a permanent job, a cushy life, and a beautiful campus where you can relax all the time. But it also tells you that personal growth is very, very important, and you have enough opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Tarafdar. Last but not least, our ex-Dean of International Relations, Professor Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Arku. This is working, right? Okay. So it's difficult to say anything new when you're the last speaker, and so I'll be short. I'm honored to be here and to see the wonderful work that Anandarup and Arku are doing in taking the IR office to new heights. How have I benefited from internationalization? Everything. Getting to know the absolute best people, best minds in my field, to having some of my best friends spread around the world in Ljubljana, in Newark, Delaware, in Toronto. Couldn't have happened any other way. Professionally, when I started looking at internationalization at IIT Kharagpur to make it happen with other institutes, it was a great learning experience. I was again reminded that there is not a single way of doing something. There are different ways, and we should all learn from each other. When we went and we received foreign institutions, we wanting to work with them or they wanting to work with us, a lot of time went in understanding each other. So whether you are a researcher, whether you're a collaborator with foreign collaborators, or you are an administrator working with an institute from another system, another culture, I think this understanding is very important. And one has to approach this with openness, one has to approach this with humility, and with a desire to work together, bring what is best in you, and see where you can complement what the other party is bringing. So approach the collaboration as an equal, but with humility. That's, I think, what I found works best. And it takes time. It takes time to build trust. So it's one person at a time, one student at a time, one professor at a time, and finally one program at a time that one needs to develop. In terms of working with the best, with the resources that have been made available to me, I'll just take a few seconds to talk about my interaction with Professor William Hoover, who most of you might have know from his Nose-Hoover thermostat, right? So he's one of the gods of statistical mechanics. And I just got to know him from a paper that Professor Puneet and I wrote when he was a PhD student. And just for a laugh, we sent our paper to Professor Hoover as a reviewer, mentioned his name. And the editor did send it to him. And within 3 days, I get a letter from Professor Hoover that, I read your paper, I liked it very much. So where did you get this idea from? So that started an exchange between unequals. Someone who is godlike in the field comes down with openness and genuine curiosity to someone like me, asking what I think, was extremely revealing. But that gave rise to a lifelong collaboration, and to the point that we heard about the Gyan program, and Professor Hoover did come and spend 2 weeks in our campus, funded by that program. So that was just a personal anecdote I wanted to share with you. But what also helps, what has helped me is the IIT name. I have been very lucky to, both as a student and as an academic later on, to have that IIT name behind me. That has opened doors, and that has given me positions at the table, a seat at the table, like it would not be possible otherwise, I know. So I thank IIT Kharagpur on this Platinum Jubilee in so many different ways that I cannot even begin to count. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. I think since you were the last in the first round, so you'll be the first in the second round. So, although we grossly miscalculated the time that we needed for all of this interaction, so initially I thought that the second round would give you more time, but it seems like we were to give you the same amount of time for the second round here. But following up, Professor Bhattacharya, so could you suggest, in your opinion, that you have also been in the Office of International Relations and headed it, where should IIT Kharagpur focus on when it comes to internationalization in the future? And how do you think we can attract more talent to come to India to, carry out their research? We often see that we go out a lot, but the inward is not that much. So what are your thoughts on that?
Right. So there are two aspects to internationalize IIT Kharagpur. One is IIT Kharagpur goes to the world, and the other is the world comes to IIT Kharagpur. So I think we are focusing on the second one. And this can happen in broadly 3 ways. One is people movement, which includes students and faculty. The second, becoming more and more viable, is remote online-based collaborations. And the third is physical presence. We heard about our center coming up in Houston tomorrow, right? So it's one such example of physical presence, and we have observed incidents like this being done by other institutes. There is the Abu Dhabi campus of NYU. Southampton just opened a campus in Gurgaon. So these things are happening. But obviously, not everything will work for IIT Kharagpur. So let's talk about these 3 things, that what would bring people, encourage people and institutions to come to Kharagpur. So let's start with our master's and PhD students. It's quite possible that a student who has come from a foreign country to do his or her doctoral program here would very much like, instead of going back home and use his or her education degree, would like to continue here for a year or for a few years working. So is there a work permit, a work visa available for such a student? This is obviously beyond what can be done by IIT Kharagpur. So this is where IIT Kharagpur needs to interface with the government. And there are so many considerations that the government has to think about in how to make it happen, whether to make it happen, but this is something one could think of. The second would be we don't need to really speak how good our undergraduate program is. So how can the undergraduate program attract students from abroad? I am reasonably familiar with the US system of higher education. So as we see here all over the world, economics is integral part of higher education. So how much it costs, both in terms of money and time, are actually very important. So whether someone comes here or not, whether an institution comes here or not, has to satisfy both of these aspects. So whether it is worth it in short. So I know for a fact that there are very elite undergraduate institutions, small and elite, who have engineering programs. Not necessarily all courses are offered by them, but they collaborate, they partner with other bigger engineering schools in the locality or across states. Why not IIT Kharagpur become a partner there? Such students can come spend a semester or a year at IIT Kharagpur. Instead of going across state lines in the US, they could come to this part of the world and get one of the finest possible education, perhaps at a much cheaper price than they could have got really anywhere else. So that's something to think of. I'll give you a specific example of NYU's London campus. Several hundred students every year from the undergraduate admission of NYU spend a year, up to a year in London. And how does NYU handle this? NYU has rented a very large property in the middle of London. They don't own it, they rent it. And they collaborate with University of London, London School of Economics, to access their resources, their libraries. And the students from the US who go to London, at the NYU London location, they are taught by mostly local talent, professors who teach elsewhere in the UK, or young people, postdoctoral fellows who are available there, who are employed by NYU following the UK rules. And after a year, the students go back to New York and join their New York campus. Now, how is this attractive to NYU? Because NYU is able to admit about 25% more students that way. And it helps in their revenue. Let's be clear about this. Could IIT Kharagpur fill such a gap? Could IIT Kharagpur be a facilitator of one of the finest institutions in the world, like NYU, collaborate with them so that they come? That's what we're talking about. We have enough land here. They come and build up something and send their students who would be educated by us. And it could be a win-win situation for everyone concerned. So these are some of the concrete ways that we could bring the world to us and show the fine education that we can give, the fine campus that we have. And so when they go back, they also take a part of Kharagpur with them. They become KGPians forever. And it's a lifelong relationship, and which we are only seeing now how it benefits both sides concerned. So I think I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that very novel idea. Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. Now we'll go to Professor Tarafdar. Given your, vast internationalization experience in research throughout your career, what would be some of the advice you would give to budding researchers, either they are PhD students or new faculty members who have joined us? How should they go about, planning for their careers?
Actually, this is a very important question. how does a young faculty member see himself or herself in the role of a facilitator of this internationalization? The first thing is, if you are a very young new faculty member, you are no longer a postdoc. So your expertise will have to be used in bringing some value to this collaboration. So my advice would be, you build your own niche, then that is where the others can come and use your expertise as a complementary one to their own. So it is not that you don't have one particular instrument here, so you go somewhere else and make a measurement. This is good for 1 cycle or 2 cycles. Unless and until you have something to show that this is available only with us, the question of having others coming to you doesn't arise. So it's very important to develop your own expertise, and clearly line out what your uniqueness is. That is very, very important. The second thing that I would like to mention here, which has been a grave concern of mine for quite some time, as a faculty member of this institution, you really have 4 different verticals for your responsibility: teaching, research, departmental administration, and institute level administration. And although you may not be involved in the institute level administration all the time, the 3 other components you just cannot avoid. Now, coming back to the kind of strong teaching programs that we have, we may need to rethink the way we teach the students. Right now, the structure has enough flexibility for the students. They can take a semester off. They can take some additional courses. They can go for some very specialized courses like taking a micro-specialization or doing a minor or doing a double major. But think about that kind of diversification or flexibility on the side of the faculty member. If I am teaching a course all by myself, I'm supposed to be here without fail for 42 hours teaching that particular course, and it may be having some 50 to 150 to up to 250 students in your class, which means that the class hours are pretty rigid. Your assignment dues and the tests and the checking of answer scripts, these cannot be flexible. That is required by the teaching program for the sanctity of the teaching program. So I think it is time we start thinking about possible ways in which we can make the flexibility available to the teachers as well. For example, this semester, I am teaching 1 module of a course. This is a big class, but I will be checking the answer script only once. So I will probably be checking 500 answer scripts, but only once. That leaves me a lot of time where I can invest my own research interest, and also I can promote other students in finding out their actual goal. So it's time that we introduce flexibility in our teaching program as far as the faculty members are also concerned.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I think that is a very interesting idea. Moving on to Dr. Bali. Now, since you are a policy man, right? So you've done work in food policy, but how about when you see the education world, both in Australia and possibly also India? How do you see the education policy being different in Australia and India? Can you comment on how should we move forward with the education policies here?
Thanks. So my area that I work on is in public policy, and this is over the past 5 years, it's a growth industry in India. There are public policy schools that are mushrooming. Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, most institutions have a public policy program, either a diploma or a separate MA course. And one of the things that's been striking to me, sort of having taught public policy in Australia and watching the industry, the sector grow so rapidly over the past 5 or 6 years in India, as two questions have animated my thinking. One is around curriculum, and the second is around impact. Right? And when we see the curriculum that a lot of our public policy schools, and this is not only unique to India, but in many other parts in Asia and developing Asia, it's still heavily Eurocentric. We still have a lot of curriculum that focuses on models of how public policy is made in the UK or in Westminster societies or in the United States, for example. And there is perhaps an insufficient focus on what are some of our indigenous organic challenges and what are some interesting ways of dealing with those. So it would be really interesting to see greater emphasis on that in the curriculum, and I think that's one way of ensuring that we train graduates who are sort of ready to deal with many of the societal challenges that we have. And the second sort of question is around impact. Right? And I think our colleague spoke about this earlier as well, and including the director in his remarks about as one of the 5 pillars of the proposed vision. And I think impact is something that we really can't retrospectively fit into the design of projects, and it would be interesting to see how that's sort of baked into how we're thinking about curriculum, how we're thinking about education, or how we're thinking about our projects. I recently was on a project that looked at computational biology methods of measuring antimicrobial resistance responses within hospitals. And that was a sort of public policy PhD, but still had that impact measure sort of baked into the design of it. So I think a greater focus on societal impact is something that's interesting for me to at least look at, and the second part is on curriculum. The larger question on education, we see a lot of transnational education providers with campuses in India. University of Melbourne's got one in Delhi. It's a satellite place. When we use that to connect with our partners, organize workshops, conferences, seminars. But I hope that with this greater transnationalization of education, education still remains accessible to a large section of society, and also focuses on many of our current challenges and our current policy aspirations. Maybe that's a sign for me to say thank you. No. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it at that. Looking at curriculum, making sure that we focus a bit more on, and this is not a blanket statement to say that we don't focus sufficiently on our indigenous challenges, but to make sure our curriculum is more responsive to our societal needs, and we have baked in thinking about societal impact into the very design of the projects from the get-go, like the director spoke about internationalization. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bali. I think societal impacts, inclusion in curriculum is something that is definitely worthy of a look. Dr. Schluter, we are pretty much at the end of the session, but a few closing remarks on this thought of being a researcher and a teacher, right? You are a researcher. Now, here we often hear that, a researcher can be a good researcher, but a teacher can be a good teacher, and being both is very kind of a difficult thing to do. So what is your take on it? Have you delved into teaching something? How would you say that a good researcher can, teach in a better manner?
So it's a very interesting question because you're right. I'm a teacher. I'm a researcher. And in our institution, the senior scientists do not have to teach, but they can do. And part of our colleagues are also professors at the university at the same time, but very few. But I think this is a very personal preference. So if you like to work with young, motivated, and highly educated people, then it is clear that you somewhen have to teach them, even in the lab or in the environment we are working in. And in my personal career, I really love to teach. And therefore, I'm also a adjunct professor at the University of Bologna. So I go there for a couple of weeks every year to teach. And the main advantage here, if you teach, then you are getting much closer to the young people, to the students. You can motivate them. You can also address their interests, and beneficially, you can also get some of them in the lab supporting your research activities. And at the same time, I think combining research and education and teaching is very essential, especially if you think to assure state-of-the-art education and to keep on let's say, the information on recent developments. Yeah? So, and this is very, very, very interesting also for the students in my experiences. But yeah, I think it depends on the person again. So I think not all the researchers will be good teachers, and sometimes the teachers are probably not the best researchers. Ideally, you can combine both, and then it's perfect. Yeah, but this is probably what we all intend to be, a very good teacher and researcher. But let me just come back to the Memorandum of Understanding, because this is a very important part of us. We signed it with IIT and ATB just on 14th of April 26. And for us, it is a great honor and pleasure to be part of this huge network you are presenting here, all related to IIT. And for us, a very important further step is that we are currently preparing an Indo-German workshop at IIT Kharagpur on next generation agri-food systems for circular bioeconomy. And this brings together researchers and industry partners from both countries and will be held on 17th to 19th November in Kharagpur in your rooms. And this is at the moment organized together with your colleague, Professor Mamoni Banerjee. And this scientific cooperation is developing in various fields, and particular around post-harvest technologies, sensing and digital twins, AI-enabled decision support, sustainable packaging, resource-efficient processing, and circular bioeconomy. And from this, you can see that this interdisciplinary collaboration and also this international collaboration is essential to push all this topic forward. And for us, an important objective of the workshop and other activities is to develop joint Indo-German research projects and research industry consortia. And this includes opportunities under the Indo-German Science and Technology Center and other bilateral programs as provided also by the German Academic Exchange Service and the German Research Foundation. And with this, coming back to the students, we also see that there is a huge potential for researchers and student mobility, joint doctoral supervision, collaborative publications, joint validation of technologies under the German and Indian conditions. And this was also mentioned from other speakers before, and yeah, I fully agree on their opinion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schluter. I think your thoughts on interdisciplinariness is well taken, and we hope to see you also in November here on campus. So moving on to Professor Polya. Professor Polya, on your thought on your research in, regarding arsenic. So you know, societal impact is something I think you have been looking at and researching it in your field. So what are your thoughts? Like we've already heard from Dr. Bali about having, you know, societal impacts interwoven into the curriculum somehow, or interwoven into the research curriculum. So what are your thoughts on how to move forward? What should IITs do better when it comes to conducting research that impacts the society?
Cool, thank you for the question. I hope you can hear me. I've had to change to my phone to talk to people. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Brilliant. I mean, so first of all, I think we've had a lot of talk about global challenges, but it's also worth saying, I mean, India is one of the largest countries in the world. It certainly has the world's largest population. So many of the challenges that we want to address globally, part of the solution actually is related to what policy is in India and what affects Indian populations as well. So I think one area where I think that there is a huge opportunity for collaboration between universities and other organizations outside of India and IITs is how we can make the information, the understanding that we generate to be helpful to Indian policymakers. I was interested to see Professor Bali actually on this call, because as a scientist, this is one area where we have to work with other people that have a different skill set, if you like, about how to find out the mechanisms, the best mechanisms by which good science can be used to inform policy. I think it's a really critical area. It's probably worth saying from a UK perspective in terms of, you know, what motivates individual people, but also what motivates institutions. At an institutional level, every few years, every 7 or 8 years, we are reviewed for how well we are doing from a research perspective. And a really important part of that is what impact does the research that we publish, what impact does it make? And a lot of that impact is either directly through the publications themselves, which are often done with international partners, but also if those publications are, if you like, cited by policy documents or utilized, demonstrably utilized by policy actors. So maybe from a rather selfish perspective, I can see that as a place where myself and I think many other people that are in overseas institutions, particularly in the UK, that has this particular REF framework, might find collaborations with IITs particularly productive.
Thank you, Professor Polya. I think science and policy that you mentioned should be more, hand in hand or go hand in hand, which will help the society a whole lot. So finally, circling back to Dr. Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh, you have been, facilitating international collaborations for a long period of time at Virginia Tech. So where do you see this moving forward? You said that this a couple of last years are an aberration, but moving forward, do you see more, more funding for such foreign collaborations, more funding from public sector, or do you think that philanthropists, private sector will, put in money for international collaborations? Where do you see the money coming from going forward?
Dr. Goswami, thank you. This is a terrific question. As you all know, the United States right now is at a crossroads. Certainly what we are seeing at institutions like Virginia Tech, which are much like IIT Kharagpur, we are located in the hinterlands of the Commonwealth of Virginia. The land grant university system was really the genesis of the momentum of economic development and the ascendancy of the United States' working class that were able to achieve tremendous economic growth and social prosperity over the last 250 years of our existence. It's a relatively young one. And as a son of West Bengal, for me to represent one of the major land grant universities of the United States is indeed a privilege and the possibility where we are now partnering with great institutions like IIT Kharagpur, which has been founded as a result of an American collaboration. The Ford Foundation invested millions of dollars in the early years of the post-independent India in the creation of the IIT system and the IIM systems of India. And certainly great institutions like MIT and Harvard's faculty and academic leaders funded by the Ford Foundation led to the collaboration that has now been manifest in the great institutions of the subcontinent. But what is really important going forward in the United States is, while a university like Virginia Tech is seeing a 40% decline in our graduate student enrollments in the last year and a half, which is having a staggering impact on our research enterprise. If you will, the intellectual farm workers of our research enterprise at universities like Virginia Tech come from overseas. Our College of Engineering has 1 in 3 students are in our College of Engineering. Our electrical and computing engineering department, 85% of the faculty and students are from outside the United States. And so at a time when we are seeing this, Dr. Goswami, in terms of your question, that this retraction of federal investments towards basic and fundamental research, a recalibration in terms of investments around public health programs, the defunding of centers of disease control, NIH, many of the National Science Foundation and so forth, we are seeing budget reductions like we have never seen before over the last 80 years. So it is indeed a challenging time, and it's also a reminder for us that universities that are not private institutions in the United States have to really maneuver with a remarkable level of deftness to make sure that our funding bases are diversified beyond the federal realm. We are looking at aggressive private fundraising. We're looking at aggressive corporate partnerships, especially with multinational companies. And we're also looking at other global funding agencies. I'm going to be meeting with the Chief Minister of the state of Telangana in Boston on Tuesday. And what we are talking about is how to leverage the Asian Development Bank that will facilitate partnerships between US institutions like Northeastern in Boston and Virginia Tech in Virginia, and with the ambitious leaders across the Indian subcontinent. We are also making real investments. I really liked Professor Bhattacharya's idea about IIT Madras being a locus of activity where your vast expanse of your physical footprint of your campus can perhaps attract other global campuses to set up a presence there. We have been invited, Virginia Tech has been invited by Gift City to set up a campus there. We're talking with other state chief ministers as well around these areas. But what they miss is exactly what Professor Bhattacharya was referring to, and that is having the ability to be in close proximity to like-minded institutions that have a research, education, and a outreach and community engagement mission like the IIT system is vital going forward. And having funding from international organizations that facilitate that, or even national governments, is critical moving forward. We also have to pay attention. Virginia Tech is one of the only universities in North America that has an engineering research center in Chennai. And we have a presence at IIT Madras's Research Park. What is also unique over the last several decades is Virginia Tech's corporate research park, which has over 250 companies adjacent to our campus, many coming from faculty spin-offs, was created because of an IIT Kharagpur graduate who was working as a faculty member at Virginia Tech, who wanted to spin off a company from his research. And that has led to the development of one of the largest corporate research parks in the United States that is adjacent to a university research campus. So your footprint amongst your alumni that have had a global reach and presence and impact, 13,000 kilometers away from your mother campus in Kharagpur, is phenomenal. And certainly, I don't need to share with anybody on this panel and in this audience here how many of the captains of industry in the United States and around the world have come from your alumni base and the tremendous educational and research experience that your faculty and your campus has provided. One of the things that I think one of the earlier panelists mentioned too about what the future looks like, and I'll end with this last point, is I think the time is ripe now for institutions like the IITs to make major investments in research infrastructure and in the graduate curriculum of your institutions. I think, as many of you know, the reputations of the United States' great campuses and so forth have not necessarily built on the excellence of our undergraduate curriculums and so forth or around the world. But the reputational reach of our campuses in North America have been built around basic and fundamental research capacities and capabilities on our campus and really investing in high quality graduate education and the complementary research that goes around it. Professor Oliver's remarks around this area was really tantamount in many ways, and certainly Professor Dave's comments around this, around team science and team research and team science that is well informed by robust public policy changes have to be front and center going forward in the 21st century. We also have to play, academic leaders are renowned around the world for being flaming incrementalists. And I think what we have to really pay attention now is to start making investments, both in terms of ideas and in terms of resources that will have transformational impact in the age of societies and institutions coming together, also around the age of artificial intelligence and how that's going to make a fundamental transformational impact in terms of how we teach students, how we advance research on our campuses, and how we collaborate amongst nations. I was just at Tata Motors and the Mahindra Research Valley last week, and what I learned was AI is in its nascency, in its adoption in the manufacturing processes in some of the leading companies in India. I think we've got to accelerate that, and I think our universities and research centers like the National Chemical Lab in Pune and others have to really play a fundamental role in advancing that. So thank you, Dr. Goswami, and thank you all for giving us the opportunity to participate in your your Platinum Jubilee celebrations.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for those comments that are apt to wrap up this session. I think we'll give a big round of applause to all our panelists who have taken the time to join us here and both online. So we will we will definitely continue the dialogue with all of you, and we hope to see all of you who are online physically. We welcome you to Kharagpur at IIT Kharagpur, so we look forward to having you here. And for our guests who are physically present, thank you so much for your time and deliberations. We'll take the program forward now with the students. Thank you.
Now I request to Associate Dean, International Relations, Professor Arkopal K. Goswami, to felicitate our estimated guests. Let us now hear from our students as they share their experience and reflections. Crossing Borders, Voice of Students. Through our students' experience, we get to understand how international exposure can...
IIT, I extend a warm welcome. Our next segment for the program is a little bit of fun, and that is titled Crossing Borders. Now, earlier this year, this campus, IIT Kharagpur, hosted a very unique event, probably for the first of its kind and for the first time in any Indian academic campus. And it was an international folk music festival named Sur Jahan 2026. For 3 days, the festival transformed the campus into a shared cultural commons, a melting pot of traditions. It fostered dialogue across the borders, once again validating that the language of music is universal. We will just take a short glimpse, or we'll just relive those experiences through this very short video of Sur Jahan 2026, held in January 2026 at IIT Kharagpur as part of our Platinum Jubilee celebrations. On behalf of IIT Kharagpur, I extend a warm welcome to all of you on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee International Folk Music Festival, Sur Jahan 2026.
I feel very nice to dance with the Spanish people.
They are very helpful and they are very inclusive.
This will definitely be one of our core memories of this campus.
It was a great experience and I got to dance a little.
Still to the towers, still to the towers, to vajaga salva peitila merinia undutska balua. Teke blagela, teke na, bella leto to.
A great pleasure for me to welcome these distinguished artists from across the world. Folk music, according to me, is humanity's first technology. Let these melodies challenge us to design technologies that are human and future that remembers where all the roots have come from. May this festival remind us that when words fail, only music can speak.
I had a very good experience.
It's one of a kind of an experience.
I really enjoyed the performance. I loved it.
Let us now hear from our students as they share their experiences and reflections. Crossing Borders, Voice of Students. Through our students' experiences, we get to understand how international exposure can broaden perspectives, create new opportunities, and shape future aspirations. I have the pleasure to invite on stage some of our international students on campus who have joined us from international destination. just like Edward and myself. I am Nandita Burman from Bangladesh, joining this IIT institution as a research scholar under the Department of Mathematics. With the valuable support and encouragement of IIT Kharagpur, I had a wonderful opportunity to present my research work, one of the best conference, which is organized by the Harvard Business School, USA. And I was honored to receive the Best Poster Presentation Award, which has significantly increased my confidence and give me the motivation for pursuing high quality of research work.
My name is Edward M. Cole. I've completed my BTech in electrical engineering from the 6-year-old Alexander Dimtobi University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And currently, I'm pursuing my MS Bioresearch from the Department of Food and Agriculture Engineering with a specialization in aquaculture engineering through the ADO Fellowship. Now we welcome our students.
Now I'm requested to come on stage the international students to share their experiences with us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mojgan, a PhD scholar from the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. I would like to take this opportunity and say some words about my journey and experience at IIT Kharagpur. I'm Persian, and growing up in my country, I was exposed to Indian culture through Indian cinema, movies, dance, and music, from Kajol and Shah Rukh Khan to Amir Khan, who was my favorite actor. Nonetheless, as Rumi says, هر آنچه به خیال آید واقع شود, meaning whatever comes into your imagination is bound to happen. Few years down the line, I find myself in India doing my PhD. The journey has been wonderful. Recently, I was in a 3-month research visit in Spain, where I was working on my PhD exploring the effects of hot climate on the urban public spaces and the experience of people. It was really rewarding. It was eye-opening, and also it gave me a lot of exposure internationally. And apart from that, I was in Spain while World Cup was happening. So I could experience the championship with Spanish fans, which was a great opportunity in the whole life of mine, I would say. That apart, I'm here to sincerely thank IIT Kharagpur for all the support and energy that they've given us and make this a success. Thank you, IIT, International Office, my own department, and whoever was there to support us. Over to you, David.
Very good evening, everyone. My name is Juan David, also known as David here. For the past 8 years, I have been in India. I initially came as a master's student, and right now I'm a research scholar at the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering. My journey started many years back, where I was exposed actually to the Indian culture through the Festival of Colors, Holi, arranged by the Indian Embassy in Bogota, Colombia. It was my first glimpse to Indian culture and actually its cuisine. I enjoyed a few samosas that time. This journey has not only given me so many opportunities in my academic and my professional life, but also as my personal life. I have made very wonderful friends. I have traveled across the country, and after so many years, I have been able to come and call India my second home. So I would like to thank actually the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and my department, of course, for being able to allow me to be today in this stage after so long. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mohammad Monaim Hussain from Bangladesh. I'm a PhD research scholar in applied linguistics and teaching English as a second language at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. My journey to IIT Kharagpur, it was a long history. I have studied my previous degrees from India too. This is my 12th year in India, and it feels like फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी. My journey to India is full of experiences. Especially India made me a multilingual and intercultural speaker. In terms of academic exposures, IIT Kharagpur facilitated my international journeys, presenting my research papers at the University of Oxford, University of Essex, and the University of Cambridge Press and Assessment, and enriched me a lot globally. My profound gratitude and thanks to the Office of International Relations and the IIT Kharagpur and India itself. Providing me the platform and nourishing my dreams to reach the goal. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pratibha Sharma. I am currently in my first year pursuing MTech in Computer Science and Engineering, and I'm from Nepal. Coming to IIT Kharagpur has been one of the most exciting experiences of my life. The environment here is something I really like. There is always a feeling of learning, growing, and curiosity around everywhere. Every day I meet people who are extremely talented, hardworking, and passionate about what they do. One thing I feel really specially lucky about is to learn from the professors who are not only expert on their fields but also encourage us to make mistakes and explore beyond the classrooms. Till now, my academic experience has also been very good. My department provides us with an environment where we are encouraged to ask questions, understand concepts, and think very differently. We are very fortunate to have professors, very qualified professors who encourage and who are always willing to guide us. But life here is not only about academics. Being part of such a diverse campus has helped me improve my communication, my teamwork, time management, and confidence. I believe that my time here will have an important role in my future. The knowledge I gain here, the people I meet here, and the experience I would gain here will definitely help me become a better individual. And finally, I would like to thank IIT Kharagpur, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and Office of International Relationship for providing me this great opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Shatabdi Biswas from Rangamati, Bangladesh, pursuing my Masters of City Planning in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. My passion for planning comes from seeing rapid unorganized urbanization in Chittagong erase our local heritage and historical buildings. I came to IIT Kharagpur to learn how to protect our cultural roots while planning modern cities. My time here has been deeply rewarding. Studying in such an active academic environment gives real depth to urban design, while campus life has taught me adaptability, resilience, and cross-cultural communication. This experience is directly shaping my future goal to build sustainable heritage-conscious city in Bangladesh. Thank you, IIR team, and my department, my professors, my friends, and for everyone to make this IIT Kharagpur like a home to me. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacobina Naloliwa Abed from Namibia, southern part of Africa. I chose IIT Kharagpur because of its strong reputation for research, innovation, and academic excellence. And I also chose IIT Kharagpur because I wanted to have international exposure and knowledge that I can apply back to agriculture back in Namibia. My experience here has been both challenging and very rewarding, because coming back from Namibia, I have to come back to a whole different environment, different culture, food, and of course, different academic environment. Beyond academics, I have learned independence, adaptability, and communicating with different people from different cultures. This journey is helping me to be both personally and professionally independent. Finally, I would love to sincerely thank ARDO, IIT Kharagpur, International Relations, and of course my department, the Department of Agriculture and Food Engineering. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our students for sharing their inspiring experiences. Let us now watch a special video features our international students and their journey at IIT Kharagpur. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn our attention to another important destination for international academic and research engagement. This session will highlight opportunities for faculties and students to engage with the UK representative for academic, research, and higher education. May I now invite Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, Director of British Council for East and Northeast India and Research Advocacy Lead for South Asia. He also served as the UK's in-post lead for the culture track of the G20 in 2023. Dr. Chakraborty brings with him over 20 years of experience across education, research, culture, creative economy, and India-UK relation to kindly share his insights on international research and mobility opportunities in the United Kingdom. Sir, may I now invite you to address the gathering. Okay.
Namaskar, namaste, good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here addressing all of you. It's just not me, but my colleague Rajendra Tripathi as well. Raj is the head of our international partnerships, and he looks after all the institutional relationships that British Council and the UK has between India and the UK. So, Raj, it's a real pleasure to be sharing this with you. Raj will set up the PowerPoint and we'll get into some of the details which will be of greater interest to both faculty members and students. And I'll give a little bit of a framing contextual remarks before Raj starts off. As I said, it is really an immense pleasure and a great privilege to be here at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, this evening, celebrating Platinum Jubilee with you on behalf of the British Council. And it is a great personal honor for me as well, as a student of Jadavpur University, to be part of this celebration. In my student days, I have been a regular visitor to IIT's legendary Spring Fest. It is my great joy, pride, and source of happiness that Professor Shuman Chakraborty, the brilliant and dynamic director of IIT Kharagpur, is my batchmate from Jadavpur University. Some of my closest friends from my school, Ramakrishna Mission in Purulia and Narendrapur, have been star alumni of this institution. So in many ways, every time I am in IIT Kharagpur, it feels like a homecoming for me. So huge thanks to my friends in IIT Kharagpur, Professor Anandarup Bhattacharya, Professor Orkopal Goswami, Professor Siddhartha Mukherjee, and of course the living legend, Professor Parthapratim Chakraborty, among many others, for thinking of me and the British Council. Thank you especially for overlooking my patent shortcomings. I am, after all, a student of humanities, and this evening, I will share a highlight of my school days, which was I scored 9 out of 100 in maths in my class 7 half-yearly exams, after which the headmaster sent a letter back home with the epic lines, "If this performance continues, your son may have to be removed from the school," which led to some disastrous consequences in the days when the rod was never spared for the child. As a long-term outcome of that score and the resultant hiding I got from my late father, I gravitated towards humanities. And you may safely say that what mathematics lost that day was humanities gain. IITs are India's calling card to the world of education, science, and technology. And as the eldest sibling in the growing family of 22, IIT Kharagpur is the first among equals. And IIT Kharagpur's role in the making of modern India cannot be overstated. Professor Shuman Chakraborty mentioned some of it. But I find it particularly apt that just a few days after India celebrated stepping into its 80th year of independence, IIT Kharagpur celebrates its 75th. The Nature Journal ranks Kolkata conurbation area as India's top city for scientific research, and IIT Kharagpur is among the front-ranking institution that propels that indexation. What I find truly inspirational, though, is IIT Kharagpur's location and architecture. Built on the site of the colonial Hijli detention camp that housed India's freedom fighters, every time I have seen the imposing clock tower from afar and have walked into the main building, I've marveled at what a great and inspiring inversion of Foucault's idea of the panopticon, the old jailhouse IIT Kharagpur represents. This is perhaps without a parallel in the world, a place where thoughts of freedom were interred to a space that is powering the achievements of a free and independent India. Your stellar cast of alumni includes the likes of Sundar Pichai, CEO of Alphabet, K. Radhakrishnan of ISRO, and Mangalyaan fame, Anuradha Acharya, founder of Map My Genome. One of my closest friends from school, Shudipto Das, is an alum of IIT Kharagpur, Electronics Engineering, batch of 96, a veteran of India's semiconductor industry, and possibly R.K. Hall's most famous author and escaped convict. Shudipto has shared a little story with me, which I thought I should share. I asked him this question that, what has IIT Kharagpur taught you? Shudipto's response has been that at his schools, at our schools, R.K. Ramakrishna Mission, Purulia and Narendrapur, taught us some wonderful lessons in inclusion and diversity among our classmates. However, KGP, that's the word I think all of you use, KGP took it to an entirely different level. I came across someone whose father dined with Rusi Modi and was on first name terms with him. And I had a classmate from a small village in Odisha who cracked IIT joint entrance without any coaching, gave the exams in Odia in general category. And we all participated in ILU, possibly the world's largest exhibition of creative art with eco-friendly lights, an exercise that needed perfect marketing, design, and execution. We had to explain to the judges the narrative principles of all aspects of this. Now, from my position in the industry, I can corroborate that the quality was unmatched because the system was non-extractive in nature. And this principle of non-extractive knowledge generation is something I think generations of IIT students have benefited from and cherish and help rest of the world light up. We are talking now about India-UK collaboration and role of IIT with institutional bridges with the UK. Let me start with the story of one of IIT Kharagpur's most famous alum and almost a child of IIT Kharagpur, the late Lord Kumar Bhattacharya. In 2017, I led a delegation from India to Warwick Manufacturing Group. It had just been set up, the main building was completed. Lord Bhattacharya gave us a walking tour of WMG. And one of the things he highlighted was not only the fantastic and inspirational cathedral, 21st century cathedral-like design of WMG, but he said, there is a reason why I have located WMG at the heart of Warwick University campus. World over, including India, industry, academia, collaboration often is a theoretical framework. I wanted the world to see that industry and academic collaboration can actually sit at the very heart of a university. And I think today, many of the successes in especially e-mobility that we see here in India are directly linked to some of the things that that delegation witnessed in battery technology that was being innovated inside WMG. Let me now move on to the wider strategic context that makes India-UK mobility opportunities work. As you know, British Council is the UK's international organization for education and culture. We enhance peace and prosperity between UK and other countries and building in trust and connections between people through education, through culture, and the English language. Raj, can we have the
presentation,
slides
please?
now?
Yeah, go to the next slide, please. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. India and UK are enjoying at this moment one of the most stable bilateral relations between two major countries in the world. And I think three things are driving that relationship. India and UK have signed up to a decadal vision called India-UK Vision 2035. So that gives us a larger framework through which many of the academic collaborations are taking place. Let's stick to the slides, please. Please do not move the slides away from.
Keep it to the first one.
Yeah, if we could go back to the previous one. The second dimension of the relationship is through culture. And in May 2025, India and UK signed the Program of Cultural Cooperation. And under this, there are a number of areas of collaboration that an institute like IIT Kharagpur can look at, especially as it looks towards the next 25 or 50 years of going forward and de-siloizing some of the academic disciplines that we have seen been discussed. The third element is the living bridge connection, of which I think someone like Lord Kumar Bhattacharya was the epitome of that. But this is about the people-to-people connections that are fostered between India and UK. The Indian diaspora is the largest diaspora group in the UK and contributes beyond its proportion to the UK's growth and economy and generates the kind of employment to the UK labor market that is almost unparalleled from any national or ethnic group. And beyond that, if we can move to the next slide. These are the 5 pillars of the India-UK vision. It's a strategic roadmap for 5 years. And as you can see, education and skills is one of the 5 major planks through which the two governments are working together and towards the same goals. And Raj will get into some of those details in a bit. Couple of quick highlights. There are 9 international branch campuses of top British universities already in India, and they offer wonderful opportunities for future collaboration. There is the mutual recognition of qualifications that encourages mobility between both the countries of young people, and this was a major barrier earlier, so we have worked to remove that barrier. Green skills is a major area of focus for the future, and there's an annual ministerial dialogue between the two education ministers that is being sort of planned and progressed by Raj and his team. Next slide, please. I'm delighted to share that just this summer, British Council's role in the India-UK education corridor was celebrated in London in June. So India Global Forum awarded us this trophy in the presence of Minister Piyush Goyal and then UK's Minister of Trade, Peter Kyle. And I was very fortunate to have picked up the award in London in June this year. Next slide, please. So these are some of the 4 major areas of academic collaboration between India and UK. There's the Newton Bhabha Fund Program. There's the UK-India Education Research Initiative, UKERI for short. There's the International Science Partnership Fund, ISPF, and the Going Global Partnerships Programs. And my colleague Raj will get into some of the details of these programs. And we are around here. We will leave our email contacts behind. So please feel free to get in touch with us. Over to you, Raj.
Thank you, DC. Firstly, it's always a pleasure to come to IIT Kharagpur. It feels like an extension of Kolkata, and I'm ever so grateful to Professor Anandarup and the team to invite us. Debanjan has already set the context in terms of how British Council is enabling a stronger research ecosystem between both countries. So if I go to the next slide, please. It talks about the areas particularly in which we are supporting the mandate. For example, if you look at the technology readiness levels, we are already operating on up to 3 to 4 and up to 7 to 9, which means there is an element of capacity building. There is also an element of creating the dots in terms of how you tap the demand, as well as how do you sort of support that demand in terms of programs, opportunities, and also areas of thematic research interest between both countries. I also want to kind of take this moment to sort of say that it is also a very important factor where there are lots of multilateral agencies in the UK across HMG, which work towards from the seed grant, where there is an element of providing impetus to small research collaborations between both countries. And those small collaborations, when they mature, they are actually ready for much larger collaborations between both countries in terms of systemic thematic areas. So this is where our collaboration basically looks at how do we scale research from a seed grant to a high impact factor in terms of looking at various areas. Go to the next slide, please. Many of you must be knowing that a very, very ambitious project, a multi-year project, was started in the name of Newton Bhabha. And again, this project has always been very, very instrumental in terms of bringing together the best of researchers from UK and India to address not only global problems like climate change, food and energy, water nexus, but also it has given opportunity for student and faculty mobility between both countries. So if you go to the next slide, this is just reminiscent of the fact that this program also had endorsement at the highest level. So you would see that the work that we were doing under Newton Bhabha Fund program was basically looking at bilateral priorities between both countries in terms of, let's say, food and energy, water nexus, sustainability. And I'll go to the key areas quickly to the next slide, which talks about, So the core area in terms of what we were looking at was how do we create opportunities in terms of sustainable cities, urban planning, how do our efforts from both countries by sharing data, knowledge, and also impact factor can create opportunities for clean and clean drinking water. How do we create supply chain which is much more effective and sustainable in terms of food and energy? How do we understand areas which are common, for example, ocean sciences, earth sciences, and material sciences, and also looking at the emerging fields at that time, big data, and also interdisciplinary approach towards, let's say, science and technology in healthcare, science and technology in aqua and marine sciences. Those are areas which were supported under the Newton Bhabha Fund program. Go to the next slide. So just to give you a bit of a flavor in terms of how this was a multi-country and also multi-delivery partner program, which British Council was also part of. And we particularly focused on the left side of the slide, which talks about the people pillar. Sorry, my hand, I think, gesture. You can go to the previous slide just to talk about the capacity building part. So I was talking about capability and capacity building and professional development and also creating partnership networks. So under the Newton Bhabha Fund program, we delivered Researcher Link workshops. Some of you might be aware about that. These Researcher Link workshops were in-house workshops where senior researchers as well as young researchers came together under one roof, and they discussed opportunities in terms of how we can initiate more collaborations, how do we understand what kind of networks can be created which can share knowledge on real-time basis. So just to give you a flavor of the work that we have done in this area. Go to the next slide, please. It is also important that the program that Newton Bhabha Fund was also endorsed by multi-ministerial networks between both countries. So for example, you would see that in terms of delivery, we worked very closely with Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, ICSSR, and also elite institutions and also eminent institutions like IITs and IISER Pune's. So yeah, go to the next slide, please. Another program which is celebrating the 20th year of its existence, some of you might be aware of, is the UK-India Education Research Initiative. It was started in 2006 with the fact that the idea was that we will bring researchers, academics, and also skilled professionals under one roof to sort of create a transformational network of partnerships between both countries. And I'm very happy to suggest that, over the period of last 20 years, we've been able to support more than 200 plus research collaborations between both countries. And this has resulted in more than 25,000 academic exchanges. There have been MOUs that have been signed. There's been faculty and student mobility. We also were able to feed into the national priorities. For example, UKERI has been part of the SPARK program, which IIT Kharagpur is the nodal agency for India. And the SPARK program actually transcends about 28 countries. So we were very, very proud to sort of be part of this program. And under SPARK program, the primary goal of our support was to provide faculty and student mobility on very, very specific themes like, for example, robotics, artificial intelligence, circular economy, and many other areas. And this basically also gave us some of the food for thought in terms of how we connect the future planning and designing of our programs, and I'll talk about it in the next few slides as well. Go to the next one, please. Yeah, so just this is a kind of a landing slide in terms of how the right side, 5 pillars of research were part of the UKERI program, and Professor Rabi Batra, I don't see him here, but has been very, very instrumental in terms of bringing together UK and India researchers under the SPARK program. Go to the next slide, please. As a result of Newton Bhabha and the UKERI program, both the programs have concluded, and now we have International Science Partnership Fund, which is again a multilateral, multi-country program, mainly spearheaded by the Department of BIST, which is UK Science and Technology Department. The idea is to, again, continue to capitalize in bringing research networks together, and also look at how we strengthen the science and research partnerships between both countries, understand what kind of similar challenges we have, and how we can share knowledge and not reinvent the wheel in terms of where we can capitalize things. So go to the next slide, please. These are basically research themes. For example, Dr. Shumen was talking about how can we work together to create a resilient planet, and resilient planet is one of the core themes of ISPF, where we've given seed grants. 8 grants have been given under LB4 program, where the idea is that how can we have a transformative impact in terms of sharing knowledge and understanding what kind of problems can be sort of understood, and also results can be also shared between both countries. You also have other themes which we are looking at, for example, transformative technologies, healthy people and planet, and also tech for tomorrow and tomorrow's talent. So these are, again, this is just to give you a sort of a glimpse in terms of what kind of thematic areas we are looking at for future collaboration. And also there is a great amount of ownership and buy-in from both sides of governments on both these programs. Go to the next slide, please. This is, again, a little bit more detail in terms of how the LB4 sort of plan was executed, and the 8 grants have now started to show results in terms of there has been student and faculty exchange. In March last year, we had a tripartite symposium of researchers where Japan, India, and UK came together under one roof, and we actually decided that what kind of core areas of research we can collaborate together. And very happy to also report that the symposium led to creation of very, very small and specific research collaborative units between both countries, and those units are actually now seeing an advanced level of collaboration between both sides. And we also are looking at how these collaborative units can pave way for much bigger projects like, for example, DFID and other Erasmus Plus kind of big ticket funding in terms of sharing the data and knowledge as well. Next slide, please. Now, this is basically just a sort of a benchmark of the collaborations that have actually taken place between both countries, and particularly with IIT Kharagpur. For example, Warwick Manufacturing Group has been a very, very successful model of industry-academia engagement between both countries. We've seen a lot of technology transfer, best practice sharing, and also industry engagement, which has been an area where we still don't have too many great examples to share, how both academic circles as well as industry can come together to address a common purpose. So we do have examples of that. With the Edinburgh University, again, the collaboration which IIT Kharagpur had was looking at how do we create collaborations which are looking at climate response as a purposive area. These are important areas because 5 to 10 years of collaboration doesn't really mean much in these areas, because obviously there is a long gestation period for impact to come in. But I'm very happy that these collaborations have actually strengthened over the periods, and we do see much more stronger sharing of knowledge and data in these areas, which we have seen. Go to the next slide, please. This is another program
Raj,
which...
just to pause on particularly the Edinburgh project, the remarkable thing which again relates to the previous panel discussion is the impact on Sundarbans, because Edinburgh University, IIT Kharagpur working together was solving a really important global problem, and which the director also mentioned in his remarks. So I think that is a great example of what international collaboration in research can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these problems, for example, the Sundarban area, they are complex and compounded issues which are of urban development, ecology, ocean sciences, marine sciences, wildlife, and all of them come together in a very, very complex manner. So to have something which is able to say that, yes, these are 5 factors through which, if you work on over a period of time, can change the ecology of that area, is something that we are looking at through these partnerships. The current slide brings me to another program that I manage, which is called the Going Global Partnerships Program. And the purpose of this program basically is to bring UK and India education institutions and also state and federal governments together to design transnational education programs, which are looking at not only creating solutions through research, but also creating human capital as well as institutional capital between both countries. So you would see that over a period of 5+ years, we've given 125+ grants, and we've connected 64 UK institutions with 118 Indian institutions to work on creating some of the very important sort of transnational programs that we see today. For example, in disaster resilience and infrastructure, circular economy, robotics, artificial intelligence, pure sciences, and also, like, for example, emerging issues of technology like future of mobility. So we are working on those areas to bring together both sides, which also involves mobility of students and faculty as well. Go to the next slide, please. So these are, again, examples of how, under GGP program, we've supported some of the specific and very interesting partnerships between IIT Kharagpur, between Greenwich University, Edinburgh, Aston, and Warwick. I'll go, in the interest of time, I'll kind of speed away. Go to the next slide, please. Now, this is basically some of the thoughts that we felt that, this is a seminal point in history in IIT Kharagpur's journey. And we've been very, very steady partners in this journey to celebrate what we have come together today. Some of the thoughts that we have is, some of you also must be keen to look at how do we advance our journey in terms of as students, as faculty, to UK, and also understand that, what is it in that for me as well. So we have very, very popular scholarship programs, for example, Chevening, Commonwealth, Great. Women in STEM has been particularly of interest for women scholars, and over the years, we've kind of supported lots of women scholars who come from very, very underprivileged backgrounds to go and study in some of the finest UK institutions and become change agents thereof. The other thing that also is of interest is that we are coming out with 2 strands of work, which basically will invite expressions of interest from UK agencies to design programs which will be focused on research management and research governance. Over the time, we've realized that, understanding and having a very, very effective way of research management and governance has been an area where India needs to sort of continue to make improvements. And if that is not addressed, then the whole aspect and premise of being a superpower in terms of research collaborations will be pegged at a lower level. So we do our looking at collaboration with IIT Kharagpur in terms of how do we see research management and research governance to be seen as an important area. We are going to design the program, and we will also have opportunities to test pilot with some of the eminent institutions, including IIT Kharagpur. The other area which also sees a lot of relevance today is how do we create an opportunity to learn skills, expertise, and knowledge in terms of turning ideas which are in lab to a scalable, viable opportunity and commercialization stage. So how do you create translational opportunities for research is something that is coming out very, very clearly, and there is some work to do in that area. So we are again inviting expressions of interest from specialist UK agencies who are going to design program which specifically will look at building skills of research, senior researchers and early career researchers in India, in terms of how do we look at transforming ideas which are in lab at the moment into a viable market solution. And that is where the idea is that we will again come together as two knowledge economies which are going to drive the whole idea of prosperity and better trade and opportunities between both countries as well. I'll ask DC to talk a little bit about a few sentences about the National Digital Library of India and the work that we've done on that side.
Yeah, National Digital Library of India, NDLI, as you know, is a fantastic initiative of IIT Kharagpur. British Council has a partnership with NDLI. However, there is a lot that can be done to, again, turbocharge that partnership. There's a lot of collaboration that could happen, and it's my submission to faculty members here from IIT Kharagpur that we are parking this as one of the major areas of future collaboration as we look towards building a narrative for the next 25 at least.
Perfect. And that brings me to the point, some of you also must have have noticed that there are about 9 UK universities who've been given permission to open their international branch campus in India. They are one of the finest universities, and they see that there is an opportunity in terms of creating an international branch campus, which not only will look at, in short term, they are going to look at transnational education, but in the longer term, the whole aspect of creating these international branch campuses in India is to also integrate a kind of a culture of research and transformation through these institutions. So please do take an opportunity to visit those websites. They are very, very cutting edge, advanced, interdisciplinary courses that have been launched. Both DC and myself will be available. If you have any questions, we'll be very happy to take them forward. And also do have a look at a very rich database of alumni of UK. I've kind of given the link to our newsletter as well. That newsletter basically is a repository of our latest updates in terms of education and research that we do. And it also sometimes creates opportunities for faculty and student mobility between both countries. All that was very serious business that I talked about. We are not so serious people. We love music. We love fun and games as well. There are lots of opportunities where cultural activities are supported between both countries through music festivals, through art fairs, and many other areas. So please do reach out to us through our newsletter. And at this point, I'll stop here and take any questions in case if you have. Thank you very much. I'm very conscious that we are standing between dinner and the session.
But our email IDs are also there as part of the presentation, and we'll be sharing the presentation with everyone here.
Okay.
That is very interesting.
Thanks. That's a very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe on the international campuses that you mentioned, there are 9. I'm very curious. I was actually thinking of going and visiting some. I haven't had the opportunity. Can you elaborate a little bit on the experiences so far? And would IIT Kharagpur possibly be a campus-on-campus solution or something like that in future for some UK universities, or has something like that been envisaged ever?
Thank you. Thanks.
We can, I'll just kick off and then you get into the technical part of the question. So I think the experience so far from the students' perspective have been uniformly positive. I think since you're based out of Delhi, the University of Southampton is already operating out of Gurugram. And they have had nearly 200 students already enrolled. So I think all the reports that we have received are uniformly positive. We have also set up a UK education hub at the British Council, which is the single point of contact for all Indian institutions wanting to approach UK universities. It's not just for the international branch campuses, but all UK institutions, and UK institutions wanting to contact Indian institutions. So it's like a brokering service is one way
matchmaking is a better
matchmaking, yeah. So matchmaking service. So I think given the bilateral relationship between India and the UK, we felt that the time is ripe to set up another layer where we can dedicate our efforts into having that India-UK education and research corridor conversations through a single channel. Raj, about the regulations, I think the campus-on-campus.
Yes. So, I mean, the 9 campuses that you see, this is the largest cohort of any foreign university international branch campuses that have been given permission to operate currently is from UK. And they are the result of the policy formulations and regulations that actually allowed international branch campuses to come to India. In terms of visiting them, as DC said that yes, Southampton is there. There are campuses which are going to come up in Bangalore, Liverpool, Lancaster, and there are 2. In Ahmedabad, we have Queen's University, Belfast. In Bombay, we have 3. Bristol is there, Aberdeen and York are there. So again, the whole idea is that there is an opportunity which has been given by the government's regulation to sort of promote international education in India, and we are taking notice of that. Secondly, there is also a growing interest by students, a certain section of students who actually would like to get international education at home, but in an international campus. So that basically has been the genesis in terms of how we started our whole journey, and there is great interest from UK universities to also look at opportunity of joint campus, but again, we still await a little more clarity in terms of how that will be sitting in terms of formulation, laws of the land, and also shared responsibility and brand reputation above everything else. So we're watching this space, and I think in some time we would see certain other models coming up.
So some of the legal frameworks on this we have put together in a booklet that's available online. It's called the
so there is a regulatory ease of guide we've come up with, which is mainly for UK institutions and Indian institutions in terms of understanding the formulation, the regulation guidelines for both GIFT City as well as for UGC in one place. So that is helpful where you are trying to make sense of 2 very, very different sets of models. So we've kind of made an attempt to bring all of that together and at an easy steps guide level where you can go through the right from the inception stage up to campus running. How do you go through that? So that process has been laid down in that guide.
Sounds like a nice blueprint for other internationals to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you have a question? Okay. Maybe the last one, okay, because it's already, we are running a bit late. Yes.
Okay. Good day, my name is Leo F. Nkekula from Liberia. My question is, many times we go through the scholarship processes and then sometimes we don't make it, especially from Africa, and considering some of the requirements. So, like the English proficiency, especially we African. So these are some of the challenges. So what are you thinking about incorporating African, not only other nationality that fluent, flow with your language, but you incorporate them after a year, then you give them British education. That's one. The next one is age requirement. I did not hear you say something about it, especially for the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So can you say something about that? Age requirement.
Age requirements?
Yes.
Okay. You want to take the question on English as the language of instruction?
English is the language of instruction in the UK and increasingly in higher education in many countries in Europe as well. My daughter studies in Germany and her medium of instruction is English. So I think there is a trend across the world, especially at the highest levels of research and teaching. For good or for worse, English has almost become the operating system language of the world. So English language requirement in British university is a mandatory thing, and I think there are a number of international tests that students take in order to qualify for that. So that is there. Does that answer your question?
That's the age requirement for MS or master, PhD, and so forth.
So
maybe
I don't think so. There is a matching criteria that you have to qualify for any program, particularly if you're looking at undergrads program or graduate program or PhD or postdoc. They follow a very, very strict, eligibility criteria, and I suspect age is not something that's defined.
Age is not a criteria in a British university.
Having said that, just to extend the point that DC was making, that English is something that is a basic requirement to study in a British institution. But at the same time, I think there are lots of opportunities which are available, and we have a very, very rich diaspora community of African students on our campuses. There are opportunities where you can sort of go through a process of sort of building your expertise and basic to advanced level fluency in English. But I think we can't do without that in our side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, I would request the anchors to please bring this session to a close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers, and thank you to everyone who participated in this discussion. May I now request our Dean International Relations, Professor Anandarup, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our esteemed guest. All right, so we just request to just remain on the stage and say a few words to our internship student and students who have benefited from the Plankton Jubilee Foundation scheme. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you. In my inaugural update, I did mention about the Platinum Jubilee schemes. And some of the Platinum Jubilee schemes were targeted towards giving our own students an experience, an international experience and exposure through summer internships, through semester away program, through summer schools, and as well as something called conference enhancement scheme, which allowed a student who would go to an international conference to present his or her paper to stay back for an additional 1 to 3 months at the lab of a collaborator in that country, gain that valuable experience, and also advance their research so that it can lead to something tangible within whatever time it takes. So I'm very happy to say that close to 150 students at the undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels could avail this opportunity, and the number is still growing. So today we have a few of those students who would come on stage and share their experiences with all of us.
A very good evening to one and all present here. My name is Gaurav Khetan and I am from the Department of Mining Engineering.
Hello everyone, I am Anaya Dikshit from the Department of Physics.
Hello everyone, I am Sumit Bhage from the Department of Chemical Engineering.
Hello everyone, I am Rohan from the Department of Chemical Engineering.
Hello everyone, I am Archana Ahuja from the Department of Agricultural and Food Engineering.
Hello everyone, I am Snehansh Sen from the Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology.
We are very happy to be gathered here today to share our summer experience with you all. This year, we were given the incredible opportunity to do research in different universities across the world. This was made possible because of the Platinum Jubilee Outbounds Internship Scheme.
From Germany to Australia, the US, the UK, and all the way to Russia, we were scattered all across the globe. So Rohan, where did you go for your internship?
Well, I was 4,000 miles away from home. I just came back after spending 3 months in Finland. Where have you guys been to?
For me, I was working in this fancy lab at WMG. I was working on recycling of lithium-ion batteries using green solvents. It is basically recovering of valuable metals without harming the environment. And you know the best part was, the supervisor gave me total freedom to work. And I also participated in a competition where I won 2,000 pounds.
For me, I interned at Cornell University at Biological and Environmental Engineering Department. It was my first robotics project ever. I worked on agricultural robotics for green fruit thinning, and I worked with a 3D LiDAR, depth cameras, a 6 degree of freedom robotic arm mounted on an unmanned ground vehicle. We faced challenges in outdoor environments in our orchards which we hadn't faced before in our indoor air-conditioned testing. So it was a really valuable learning opportunity for me. Also, 2 of my mentors were from KGP, so it became really comfortable after a while. Anaya, what were you up to?
Oh, I was at the University of Hamburg Observatory in Germany, working on theory, observation, and analysis in the field of cosmology. It was this nice place just outside the city of Hamburg with 100-year-old villa offices and really big telescopes. My project was in the domain of discovering mysterious particles called dark matter through this process of cosmic birefringence. This project being a very new field of study in my domain, I could work on the forefront with celebrity scientists in Germany. Apart from that, we also had a music and science festival where my team could showcase a mini supercomputer and a VR setup showing the inside of Milky Way galaxy.
Congrats on your paper, Anaya. I was at the St. Petersburg Mining University, Russia, for a UNESCO-approved summer school on essentials of raw material sciences. I would like to share that the president of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, is an alumnus of the institute I visited. It had a beautiful rock museum where I saw almost all the rocks and minerals used in the industry. Apart from the academic activities, I was also involved in sports, such as boxing, a sport with a strong culture in Russia. The best part was the hands-on learning. We were exposed to real-time mining simulators, and we went on a field trip at Sablino, which was really intriguing.
That's awesome. I was in the land down under at the University of Adelaide in Australia, working on the application of AI in cancer. This not only gave me first-hand exposure to the domain of AI, its application in medicine, but also taught me things I never thought I would ever learn. And what's the best part is that I believe that AI serves as a promising future for the medicine, therapeutics, diagnostics. This has all been possible due to my previous summer's internship in Switzerland. Rohan, you also work in biotechnology, right?
Yes, I did. I was at Tampere University at the Laboratory of Biosystem Dynamics. I ran experiments on the effects of antibiotics in bacteria. I did stochastic simulations to see the behavior of global regulators in E. coli. And since our lab generates a lot of data, my supervisor asked me to build a software that would analyze gene expression data automatically and produce quantifiable results. So even though I technically worked in a biotech lab, I actually built a full end-to-end software package. And while I was working there, I had very flexible work hours. I could approach the problem from many different perspectives. And once the work was done, my supervisor encouraged me to submit the software at an international conference. And I'm very happy to say that I'll be visiting the UK in a few weeks.
So let's be real, guys. It wasn't just work, right? For me, I had an incredible work-life balance. In the evening, I used to get free, and during the weekends, I used to explore the city at night.
I know. Ithaca felt like a Disney movie to me. Rabbits, horses, everybody just walking around. People pack up their work by 5 p.m. and then go enjoy their hobbies like kayaking, fishing, or reading in hammocks beneath the trees. My lab members were really close. They had Uno game nights over chai and dinner.
Speaking of chai, on the last day of my internship, I hosted a chai party for all the people at the observatory. And guess what? Italians, French, South Americans, Germans, absolutely everyone loves masala chai. I could also explore a few new places on the weekends. I went to Munich, Berlin, Cologne, Bonn. In total, I think I visited 9 cities, including Amsterdam in Netherlands. One thing about Europe, every single town has a cute bridge, a cathedral, and a mini castle.
In Russia, our classes happened until evening. But after that, the city was ours. We explored iconic landmarks like the Hermitage, Peterhof, and even went to a geological excursion to the medieval city of Vyborg. I tried picking up basic Russian, which was challenging but super fun. I finally satisfied my craving for Indian food by treating myself to a meal at an Indian restaurant after completing my degree.
Wow. And for me, traveling to Cambridge was a huge bucket list movement. And I also saw College of Trinity, where Isaac Newton studied, Wow. And as a science student, it gave me goosebumps. And I also saw a famous apple tree. Ooh. And during the weekends, I would take trips to London to see Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, and that was so surreal. And then while at my apartment, I got really good at cooking, and I also host dinner for my friends,
I also got to take off a lot of my bucket list items. I hopped on a giant ferry and went to Estonia. I cycled through the medieval streets of Tallinn. I flew across Europe to visit Italy. In Finland, I got to see the beautiful neoclassical architecture of Helsinki. I got to see the remnants of the Winter War in Suomenlinna. And I got to appreciate the incredible beauty of the midnight sun in Viikinsaari. And in Tampere, the city where I stayed, I got to see the exact place where Stalin and Lenin met before they went back to Russia to start the Russian Revolution.
Every town, every city I visited had its own history, which you can never experience through books. You can only feel it as you walk through the streets. Australia had its own charm. It had its own the rocky sea cliffs, the beaches, then the wildlife. Look at the selfie I took with this koala here. And every place, let it be Australia's urban architecture, Europe's medieval architecture, just thrilled me. It was exactly as magnificent as I imagined them since JE times. The Sydney Opera House, the beaches in Adelaide, the Sydney Harbour Bridge, all blew my mind. One thing I really found astonishing about Australia's Victorian architecture is that it actually reminded me of home in Kolkata.
Yeah, last but not the least, cooking was one skill that we, I think, upskilled throughout the summers.
Absolutely, we loved cooking.
So IIT Kharagpur gave us the foundation and the confidence to collaborate with universities across the world. This journey allowed us to represent KGP at an international level. We learned how to navigate unfamiliar environments, and that gave us the opportunity to view the world from a different perspective. So to every junior out there, whenever an opportunity arises, apply.
We are very grateful to our director, the deans, and the professors of IIT Kharagpur for making it all possible. We are very thankful to the Office of International Relations, the Platinum Jubilee Endowment Scheme, our host institutions, and our supervisors for supporting us throughout the journey. Thank you everyone for coming here today and listening to us. We wish you all the best and a very happy Foundation Week.
Thank you to our students for sharing those wonderful experiences. Now I invite Mr. Gaurav Pandey to share his experience under the Conference Enhancement Scheme.
Good evening to all the respected delegates and faculties and the students. So my name is Gaurav Pandey, and currently I am a research scholar in the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering. And my research area focuses on how a single steel can be utilized to make an entire car body. So I'm very thankful to my institution for giving me the opportunity to present myself at the international platform. So last year I had the opportunity to present my research work in France in a very reputed international conference. And in this year, I had the opportunity to visit Washington State University, Pullman, USA, as a visiting scholar under the Conference Enhancement Scheme launched by the IIT Kharagpur. So I have spent 3 months in the Washington State University, and this time was so amazing and gave a lot of confidence in my professional career. So during this visit, I got the opportunity to explore myself and to visit several places in the USA to make new friends from the different continents and the countries. And this visit opened a lot of exciting opportunities for future research and academic collaboration, including an opportunity to continue my research career as a postdoctoral researcher in the Washington State University. So I would like to give sincere regards to the Director IIT Kharagpur, Dean IR, and all the IR family for supporting me throughout this journey. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gaurav, for sharing your experience. Finally, I invite Mr. G. Avishkar Balachandra to share his experience of his MTech internship.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Avishkar Ganjre. I am a 5th year student of the Department of Aerospace Engineering, enrolled in its dual degree program at IIT Kharagpur. I consider myself fortunate to have received the opportunity to undertake a research internship at Imperial College London through IIT Kharagpur's Platinum Jubilee Outbound Internship Program, facilitated by the Office of International Relations. I had the opportunity to join the Innovative Design and Advanced Manufacturing Idea Lab at the Department of Aeronautics at Imperial College London, under the guidance of Dr. Ajit Panesar. There, I worked on acoustic properties of lattices and their additive manufacturing. My objective was to gain international research exposure. This experience strengthened my ability to approach engineering problems independently, critically, and systematically. Interacting with researchers from diverse academic and cultural backgrounds also broadened my perspective on research and showed me the importance of collaboration, discussion, and the exchange of ideas in advancing scientific works. Working under Dr. Panesar also gave me valuable insights into how research is conducted at an advanced academic level. His guidance and regular feedback helped me improve not only my technical knowledge, but also the way I communicate and present scientific ideas. But my time in UK was not only limited to the laboratory. This was my first time traveling internationally. Living alone in a new country taught me lessons that cannot be learned from a textbook. Independence, adaptability, communication, and the confidence to tackle unfamiliar situations. Beyond academics, I had the opportunity to explore British history, culture, and the heritage. I visited the Natural History Museum, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's residence in London, and the University of Oxford, each offering a different perspective on science, history, art, and culture, and the people who have shaped them. When I look back at the experience, I realized that the most valuable thing that I brought back was not just technical knowledge, it was perspective. I returned with a clearer understanding of the kind of academic and professional path I want to pursue. And perhaps most importantly, this experience reinforced my belief that the opportunities that we get at IIT Kharagpur can take us far beyond the boundaries of the campus. I would like to express my gratitude to the Office of International Relations and the Department of Aerospace Engineering for their constant support and guidance throughout this journey. I am sincerely grateful to Imperial College London for providing me with this opportunity to work and learn in their research environment. For me, this journey was possible because IIT Kharagpur provided not only the opportunity to go abroad, but also the foundation, encouragement, and the support to make that opportunity meaningful. I hope to carry everything I have learned forward and in the future contribute back to the institute that gave me this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Avishkar, for sharing your wonderful experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of this wonderful evening, we have truly obtained valuable insight from beyond the borders. Through this valuable sharing of experiences, available opportunities, and possibilities of engendering meaningful partnership, now I request our Dean of International Relations, Professor Anandarup Sir, to conclude today's program. Sir, you are welcome.
Thank you, Nandita, thank you, Edward, for comparing the show throughout the evening. So my number one in my vote of thanks list goes to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
I would also like to thank the audience who came here, because this was for you. Of course, it has thinned down with time. So a special thanks to all of you, but very especially to the people who stayed back till the end. Once again, the people who work behind the scenes and make everything possible, our support sections, the security, electrical works, refrigeration, air conditioning, civil works, audiovisual cell. I mean, these are the people who ensure the CET, Center for Educational Technology, their video team. So these are the people who ensure that all of our programs run smoothly, and we cannot thank them enough for doing that day after day and throughout this week, which had several high-profile programs. Thanks to all of you. Definitely thanks to all the students who shared their experiences with us today. There is no higher satisfaction for any of us administrators when the beneficiaries of our schemes come back and tell us about the impact, the lasting impact that these opportunities left on them. For example, when one of them said that a small opportunity of staying back after a conference opened up new doors and he's going back there as a postdoctoral scholar, I mean, that can be the height of satisfaction that we could ever imagine. So once again, thank you very much, all of you. IIT Kharagpur, we repeatedly saw, is committed towards expanding and our global footprint. We are committed. Internationalization remains one of our top priority areas, and as our director mentioned, that we really want to take it from where we are today to the next level, expanding it in ways that have not been done in India in the past. So with that hope, with that positive message, once again, thanks to all of you. Thank you. Good night.